All right, Stango, can you hear me? People out there, can you hear me? Should I put this in presentation mode? Let me see how that looks.
Let's see what you're... Oh yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. So we're in presentation mode. Actually, I don't know. I think normal view is just better.
Yeah, normal view is just better.
Yeah. let me just grab all of this. Oh. Did not mean to do that. Okay. Get the images real quick. Load it in here.
Hello, one and all chat. Hello.
Here we go. 53 normal summons have to be tiered.
I apologize if I sound shitty. I'm very ill. I have a 9-year-old stepdaughter, and kids have horrible germs and diseases.
This is very true.
They will kill you, and that's what she's currently trying to do to me right now. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, so let me just lay some ground rules. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Welcome back to the channel. We're going to be doing an update to my normal summon tier list from 2023. So almost 2 years ago, I did this exercise with Stango. That video was it was actually over 2 hours long. I'm pretty sure. The original video was over 2 hours long. And if you haven't seen it, at some point, go back and watch that. We're obviously not going to cover that at this very moment. But we had a lot of takes back then that were based on 2023 information, and we're going to be updating it with 2025 information because a lot has actually changed. And so one of the other things to note, and this was the same case in 2023 when I did it, we will not be including any tribute summons. Like Siroko's on there, but he's not really a tribute summon. So like Caius and Vanity's Fiend and Titanial and shit like that, we're not talking about those. This is just for the normal summons that you literally put on the field like turn one, basically, in regular games, and just like how they impact the game. These are basically the foundation of most decks. And so, yeah, that's what this is going to be based on. We have a lot to go through. So some of these I might even, when we discuss one, I might just like throw other things next to it, because if they're so similar, then we'll tier them accordingly. But in chat, how are you doing? You know, hello, everybody. So let's get started. Stango, do you want to... You can pick something to kick us off if you want, you know?
Yeah, so I think to start us off here, because I don't want to get too unhinged.
Right.
You know, I want to hide our intentions pretty well here.
Okay.
So why don't we go ahead and just start with a nice simple one. We're going to start with Shura.
Okay. So where is Shura? Okay, he's right here. So Shura, I am going to say Shura is a solid A tier normal summon.
Yes. Now I think with the betas here is that many people could be quick to jump the gun and say that Shura is an S tier summon, just because of all the things that it enables. But one of the main things that I think separates a tier normal summon to an S tier is that, for the most part, an S tier normal summon plays the game with or without your opponent's
Exactly. That's exactly right. S tier summons, they don't actually care about anything your opponent's doing. A tier summons are monsters that obviously your opponent matters in the situation. And so Shura is absolutely absurd. We all know that, like, when you're playing Edison format, one of the things that everyone talks about is he opened Whirlwind Shura. They never say Whirlwind Bora or Whirlwind Kalut. They always say he opened Whirlwind Shura. Whirlwind Shura is like the quintessential ignorant opening of Blackwings that we all fear. His ability is ridiculous, like summoning Gale or Vayu or Mistral or Kalut. They're all insane things to get off of winning a battle. I think the thing that makes this card so broken, though, is the way it changes how you play the game when it's on the field. For example, like if I see a Shura on the field, I will not bring back Treeborn Frog unless I know for a fact I can convert the Treeborn Frog.
Yes.
The fact that this monster just sits on the field and prevents me from ever bringing back Treeborn Frog is insane by itself. Like, that's such a strong thing where you're just like, I'm not bringing back my free +1 because this monster simply exists. So
correct. Yeah, I mean, it also has all the additional benefits of just all the Blackwing archetypes. You know, Icarus Attack is a nice benefit with the Kalut, blah, blah, blah. It even enables the Shura effects even more. It's the centralizing strategy around Blackwings. Probably when it comes to Blackwings, it's Whirlwind, Shura, Dark Arm, and Blizzard are like the four, like, trinity of cards that you are trying to see and use their effects. So
Yep.
yeah, sure, very solid. All right, Frizzy.
All right.
Where do we want to go next?
So I'm going to go straight to the top of the hill. I actually want to get this out the way because I get this question a lot. Hershey Bar recently asked me while I was playing Final Fantasy, minding my business. A lot of other people ask me this question all the time in my DMs or just like in passing now. Because the Frog OTK deck, Fishborg Frogs, Forgs, whatever you want to call it, has been absolutely dominating Edison format in January. It's won the only 2 tournaments we've had that are 100 people or more, which was the one GOAT format Italia tournament. And also there was the one by Soul Retro Games, that one that I streamed, the Unhinged stream. So those tournaments were both 100 plus players and they were both won by the same deck. This deck has not won a tournament before this year and everyone's talking about it. The Frog channel is dominated by it at this point. Like, people are barely talking about any other Frog deck unless they're trying to get into Frogs and they're asking about like Frog Monarchs. Substitute is not an Edison card. It's just not. It is not of Edison. It is of the future. It just got unbanned, I think, in Modern like a year ago. The card is
banned.
It's outrageous. It's an outrageous card. Yeah. It really doesn't belong. And I think that we're finally seeing like the apex of what this thing can do, because I've been exploiting Substitute for years now, right? Like, every Ultimate Time Wizard I've ever topped, and I've topped 4 of them, has been with Frogs. A lot of my online tops in the beginning of me playing online were also with Hero Frogs. So I've been playing Substitute. In fact, just in general, like most of my Edison tops involve Frog decks. Like, I have played Blackwings and Amaryllis and shit like that too. But like most of them are just Frog decks. And it's because I really quickly, when I came into this format, understood that Substitute is the most ridiculous normal summon in this format, and it is not close. It is the apex of all normal summons. It by itself does entirely too much. It's not once per turn. It doesn't really have any weird drawback. Like, its stats are great. Like, it being a 1-star monster is great for 1-for-1 purposes. Junk Synchron, bringing it back and bouncing it to your hand. It being a water monster is great. Great typing. Water art makes it ridiculous as well. Future Fusion, you can send it off of that and summon 0, salvage it back. Like, it just does a lot. Substitute does a lot. Obviously, you pair it with the rest of the Frog engine, you get the dupe block, which like pretty much everyone who plays Edison at some point has to succumb to the reality that if your deck cannot break a dupe block, it really isn't that competitive of a deck. This card gatekeeps so much of the format. And so we already knew, like, last year, and I don't know if people actually know this, last year Frogs won the most Ultimate Time Wizards. So there was like 6 Ultimate Time Wizards, I think. Maybe there were 7. So the first one was Vegas. Hero Frogs won that one, Steve Silverman. Then there was me winning Indianapolis. Then there was Dream Frogs winning Sacramento and Nationals. So that's 4 Ultimate Time Wizards won by Frogs. Substitute obviously being at 3 in all of them. And then you had like 1 Ultimate Time Wizard was won by Value, 1 Ultimate Time Wizard was won by Blackwings, and 1 Ultimate Time Wizard was won by Christiasworn. So like last year, this deck dominated the format. Like Frogs as a deck, as an engine, dominated 2024. And I don't think that that's really going to change. In fact, it could actually just become more dominant now than it already was. And it's all because of this card. Like, this card is making things outrageous. Like, this card and Fishborg Blaster are insane. But also just like even outside of that, like Hero Frogs by itself is just such an insane deck with Substitute. Dupe blocking somebody, summoning Absolute Zero, making him 3,500 with a dupe block up, so I can attack you, you can't attack me back, is insane.
There was actually a duel that we were doing earlier today, where we were playing Hero Frogs. Just like as a casual, like off stream, like nothing video wise. And like, we've been watching so many different replays of like all the Forgs and like other Frog decks. And we're just like, man, like Hero Frogs doesn't do what they do, but like Hero Frogs is just as unfair.
Yes.
Like, you ended your field with like super dupe block and then you Absolute Zero Miracle Fusioned on them, attack them for like 4,900 damage. It's just like,
I was looping Caius. I had like a dupe block, a Substitute, a Zero, a Caius. Then I turned the Substitute into a Swap Frog, and I started just looping. And it's just like, you cannot win this game. It's not winnable.
Our pre-discussion for the tier list, we were talking about Substitute, and I was talking about, it's like, you know what's so funny about Substitute is that when we got to the peak of Hero Frogs, we thought that's like what broke Substitute the most in this format. then Dream Frogs came out, because we were always making the discussion like Substoad has to be so super unhinged because it gets like it just becomes emergency banned the next format immediately.
Yeah. Frog OTK happens and then Substoad is never to be seen again for 10 years. So anyway, go ahead. Wrap it up because I wanted to move on, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we were just talking about it's just like Substoad just like has to be so much more unhinged than Edison. Dreamfrog showed that, but then an even further layer of just being like, instead of just playing only defensively, now you can just kill through open field, Gores, and Trag no matter what with Substoad. It's just broken.
Yeah, card is insane. I don't think it's going to like change at any point. I think it is always going to be the best normal summon in the format. And why don't I go to another? So this one is going to move up. If you looked at the 2023 normal summon tier list, this one wasn't an S tier, but I think that my opinion of that has changed, and this is Lonefire Blossom. I actually think that Lonefire Blossom, we spoke about this in the very beginning, but the S tier normal summons are going to be the ones that really don't care about your opponent. They can kind of, like, if you don't play the game, these normal summons are so ridiculous that they will force your opponent to act. And Lonefire Blossom, now that we're seeing this new, like, Super Solar Nutrient, Power Tool, Dragon, Supervised Giga Plant deck, it's another one of those, like, Dragon Turbo-esque decks. It's in that same category of, like, Frog OTK, Dragon Turbo, and now there's this Plant Gigavice deck, Supervise, whatever you want to call it. But Gigavice is actually a good name for it because it's like Gigaplant plus Supervise, right? So the Gigavice deck is ridiculous, but I also think that even if we're not talking about that deck, right? Amaryllis is ridiculous too. Like last year, Amaryllis got a lot of crazy credentials. Second at a lot of tournaments. I got second at Raleigh. Was it Raleigh? Yeah, I think Raleigh's the one that Eric won. So yeah, it got second at Raleigh. It, I think, got second at an RBET where it lost to Hero Frogs in the finals, which kind of like makes sense. It also got like, I don't know, it got like a lot of other tops and stuff just throughout the year. So it's been doing phenomenal, like honestly all year. Like it's been one of the absolute best normal summons in the format. And I think that it's going to continue because, like I said, that new Gigavice deck is really, really strong. But just, I think that what people don't realize, I think that you also get non-gamed by Amaryllis in the same way that like a Dragon Turbo deck non-games you, but people don't see it that way because they don't draw a bunch of cards when they do it. But for example, if I go Lonefire, Titanial, and if at any point I like trade in or find a way to send Amaryllis to the graveyard, and on the end phase I bring back Amaryllis, you were under so much pressure immediately in that game because of the Titanial and the Amaryllis being there that your chances of winning that game are extremely low no matter what deck you're playing, to be honest. Like just them opening up Lonefire and having a plant next to it, like Vayu folds to that, Blackwings usually fold to that, like Frogs can fold to that very easily as well, because it's like if I'm not even set up yet, that is a very, very aggressive field. So Lonefire is pretty ridiculous. Stango, why don't you speak a little bit about Lonefire? I'm gonna go real quick. I have to go answer my door. My food's here.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I mean the short and sweet of it, with Lonefire, you know, the beginning of Edison, the main interactions that were really looked for is that it gets you Dandelion access for quick draw, gets you to Titanial. A lot of decks were only playing one Titanial, so usually you were doing a flip of, do you get to summon Titanial turn one, or is it like a random like set Dandelion and then try to Lonefire, or just go straight into Dandelion as like a wall. Through the innovations of Edison being revisited as a format, you know, a lot of people have been trying to make the decks where they're trying to abuse Lonefire, because even though the Lonefire in itself is not, you know, it is a soft once per turn where you can't just keep going on and on and on like Substoad. You know, you do have all the abusatory actions with it. You know, you can go Lonefire Tribute itself, then you can go Mark of the Rose, banish Lonefire, then bring it back with DDR, then use Lonefire effect again. And that's like, it's the escalation of all these effects where, you know, the age of the format is really showing. When there are no limitations on activations, or you only have like soft once per turn activations, and they do really strong effects, the art of breaking the format is just, how do I abuse this effect over and over and over again? And that's where Lonefire is kind of aligned with Substitute, where it's kind of reaching that same polarity and how much you spam the effect, which is just too broken.
Also, like Miracle Fertilizer, that card wasn't played really until 2024. And that just kind of changed how powerful opening Lonefire is. Like before it was like, okay, Lonefire goes into Titanial, and that's just it. And you know, it's like, that is strong. Like I said, that is a very strong opening, but it wasn't enough because there was no real follow-up without Miracle Fertilizer constantly bringing that damn thing back. Like over and over again. So really strong. Lonefire is definitely an S tier normal summon. Right now, we're not putting these in any particular order, although like Substitute is going to stay in this exact spot the entire video. But then I'll move things around like as we continue.
Yeah, we can kind of do it on feel, but if you want to know right now what's the absolute best normal summon, it's 100% Substitute. It's not even an argument.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do like some, you know, regular, like Breaker, solid B tier. I only ever see this card sided. Usually decks like Frogs will side it to deal with like Fossil Dyna, Deprison, Oppression, stuff like Mask of Restrict, really good against that as well. It's not bad by any means. It's just not, it's not good enough to main in most decks.
Yeah.
And then side decking it is like, you know, it's fine. It's not like, oh my god, he drew Breaker, that was so crazy. It's like, he had a Breaker and he broke my Oppression or whatever.
Yeah, the main thing that's hard with Breaker is that it's an MST on legs, but just the same way as MST, it's only as impactful as the cards you actually want to hit. So like if your opponent hasn't flipped an Oppression or a Mask of Restrict, or like, you know, has been like, hey, this is the card you want to pop with MST or Breaker, like Breaker can kind of just sit in your hand and you're like, well, I don't really want to summon this and just get a bottomless. Like I actually want to pop something good. So it's a summon that is very conditional. You can't just kind of throw it out.
What the hell?
It's a little hard to play sometimes.
Where did my camera go?
I don't know. You disappeared.
That was wild.
Yep, you're gone.
I don't know what just happened. Alexa, turn on camera.
He's gone.
Where the hell did my camera go? What is going on?
No.
Chat? Y'all don't see me, do you? Do you just see Elgato?
Yeah, no, you're gone. And you're gone.
Alexa, turn off camera. Alexa, turn on camera. All right, hopefully I come back now. I don't know what just happened.
Maybe you re-add the source, or
Alexa, stop. I don't know. I don't know what just happened. My camera was fine.
What do you you're using Cam Link, right? Maybe you just unplug it, replug it back in.
Yeah, I could try that. That is wild. That has never happened when I was live streaming.
There we are. You're back.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
you're back.
There we go. Okay. All right. So yeah, we were talking about Breaker, but like I said, I don't think there's that much when it comes to Breaker anyway.
No.
Like, it's solid.
The main thing I was just saying is that like to hit the card you actually want to hit, they kind of have to expose it, which until they actually do, it just might sit in your hand. So it's not something you can just kind of throw out and like get immediate advantage off of, because it just might get fucking bottomless. Yeah.
I think in that same like category of side deck monsters that are solid but not anything crazy, and this could even be lower, but DD Assailant. So the logic behind this, for people wondering like, why do people play DD Assailant in their Frog side deck sometimes and not DD War Lady? And it's really simple. Deck Devastation Virus has DD War Lady. It does not hit DD Assailant because he's bigger. The other thing is that the reason why you would even side DD Assailant in the first place is because it's a searchable out to things like Vanity's Fiend. And technically you can just like out an Absolute Zero or a Monarch 2 if you just set it against those cards and they attack into it. So it does have value in that way. It's big enough to beat over a Fossil Dyna. So it's an anti-deck heavy card. It's searchable by Rhoda, which Hero Frogs already plays. And it's just like utility. I did side it this past year, and I topped with it, and I never actually used it successfully. Like, I remember the one time I drew it, I lost that game. I think I might have drawn it twice, but the one time I actually like put it on the field, I lost that game. And I'm never siding that again. Like, I don't think DD Assailant is necessary, but I get why some people side it. Like, I won't look at someone's side deck and see the card and be like, oh man, like that's a pretty ass side deck card. It's just like, it's just not for me. But it is a solid normal summon to out the things. Like, if sometimes you need the DD Assailant to be DD Assailant, so I get it.
Yeah,
it's just not for me. Okay.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think personally for Assailant, I'd rather just side a trap, because if I'm trying to go anti-meta to like Advanities or like non-DDV cards, I'd rather just protect my life points and not have to use a normal summon.
Yeah.
Or even have to waste my Rhoda. Like, if I gotta use my Rhoda versus where I could just like set the prison or like Mirror Force or anything like that to deal with like the Floodgate, I'd rather do that.
Agreed. I'm going to, so this is going to be, I'm going to sweep a couple things real quick. So all of the like recruiter like guys, so there's like tomatoes in this category, like Shining Angel, Nova Summoner. Yeah, like all of these cards in early Edison, like 2021, 2022, you know, before the age of every deck that's not Frogs main decks a bunch of deep prisons and it's the most played card.
Yep.
They just don't work. In 2025, these cards just they do not work. I'm not saying that decks that play them can't ever do well again, because they will, because Edison is a format that is still very much unsolved, and also even if it were solved, people are going to play what they like to play. So people like playing zombies. Zombies just got second place at YCS Anaheim against Blackwings, but that's one of the matches that I feel like shows how bad recruiters are. Blackwings is like, this fucking card Shura makes it where these cards are to me they're unplayable. Like, you have, if you notice, I have not played a deck that uses these cards. And anything like these, Mother Grizzly, Flying Kamakiri, you name it, like UFO Turtle. I don't like these cards because they require your opponent the same way that like GBs require your opponent, kinda, but in a worse way. Like they require it in a worse way because they need your opponent to swing into them to really get value. Technically, you can swing into your opponent, but like then you risk just getting deprisoned. And again, deprison is the most played card in the format. It is the most played card in the entire format. Like, that's crazy. So these cards are really hard to resolve. As ProStorm said here, like, recruiters don't resolve ever nowadays. Between Caius, the Vanity's Fiend, like Absolute Zero, stuff like that, it's just like, it's so hard. It's so hard to get these off.
It's also just like a lot of the times, especially with the two on the left, Turtle and Tomato, a lot of the decks that play those have like very anti-synergistic like cards with them. Like, you don't ever really want to Caius tribute your recruiters, but sometimes you're put in positions where your opponent just straight up will not attack them.
Yeah.
And they could also be playing a Caius deck, so be like, okay, you set recruiter, I set recruiter, or I set my Raikou. So like, if the Raikou stays here, I'm gonna pop your background, then I'm gonna banish your recruiter, and like just nothing happens. Like, recruiters just do not enact enough pressure by themselves because they are just completely like, please attack so I can actually search the real broken card instead of these.
Yeah, they're just fine. Okay, in A tier, I'm gonna put right next to Shura, Gale. So it's funny because while this is a normal summon, and it being a normal summon certainly matters, what also makes this card outrageous is that it is a special summon as well. Gale is one of the most powerful normal summons in the format. It outs so many broken cards for free, like Absolute Zero and Stardust Dragon and Vanity's Fiend and Caius. All these common monsters that are like the boss monsters of the format, they all get destroyed by Gale. Brianna gets outed by Gale. Like, Gale almost outs everything relevant, and like the things that it doesn't out, if you have any other card with the Gale, it does just out them then. But for the most part, like any normal game state, Gale is just probably the card that your opponent doesn't want to see, and it's at 1, so it's just annoying enough to be problematic. I have Gale as my most hated normal summon in the format because I'm a Frog player, so I don't ever really get to play Gale. And when I am in really strong positions, oftentimes the one thing that will come out of nowhere to me is Gale just being special summoned with a Sirocco, or, you know, usually it's with Sirocco. Sirocco Gale is crazy. Like, that combination of cards, I don't care how good your game is going, they go Sirocco Gale, and all of a sudden you're like, God damn it, now they have my Absolute Zero. Then they go Synchro for Stardust, attack over Zero, negate the effect, keep their whole field. My Zero just literally became a -1 basically. Like, I got no value out of my Zero. Just gross. Like, Gale was so gross. There's a reason it used to be at 3 in 2009 before Edison. Like, the year before Edison, it was at 3, and then Edison format, they put it at 1 because the card is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous card.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it gets on their bottomless. It's also a great level. It gives a lot of decks Black Rose access.
Yeah.
You have any 4, or if you're just playing Blackwings, you can just turbo Black Rose. And Black Rose is a great synchro. So I mean, the fact that Gale, you know, as you said, kills pretty much every relevant monster of the format, gets on their bottomless, which is already a shitty card.
Yep.
And then just gives you, most decks consistent access to one of the best synchros of the format. Great card.
Yeah. Okay, so this one is moving up as well from the last tier list, but I'm putting Hamster in S tier. I have to be honest. So I hate set monsters. You guys know that about me, but I'm trying to be unbiased in this tier list. And I try to be unbiased on this channel a lot. I'm not pushing any weird agendas. I'm not going to tell you that like fairies are the best deck or anything like that. Ridiculous. Hamster by itself can just win games, and often it actually just does win games. Here's the reality of the situation. When your opponent sets a monster and you're thinking it's either Raikou or Hamster, the differences between those two things, if you play into it being Raikou, and what I mean by playing into it being Raikou, like you go summon Vayu, attack, or like summon Treeborn Frog or something, like attack, or summon Swap Frog, send Treeborn, attack, or like anything where you're trying to play into it being a Raikou and it is instead a Hamster, the amount of tempo. Do you guys realize that Hamster is a +2? Like it's a +2. Hamster literally flips, puts a Raikou on the field, +1. So it Stratos is a fucking card to the field. Then they go draw, flip it, pop another card, it literally +2. Like Hamster resolving is a +2. To be clear, SJC Edison in 2010, where Jeff Jones won, he won with a Hamster deck. Like he was playing 2 hamsters. He was one of the first people that realized that Hamster is absolutely unhinged. Like the card is just broken as hell. It obviously fuels Pot Avarice. It fuels Caius. There's a whole engine in Edison format that is very popular called the Hamster Raikou Caius engine, HRC. Every time you see people use the acronym HRC or talk about Hamster Raikou Caius, Hamster's involved in that equation because Hamster is ridiculous. Like it enables that entire sequence of, even if they don't attack into it. Here's what's broken about it, and here's why it's inevitable. I don't care if you don't attack my Hamster. I don't care, because the deck that is playing Hamster always has Caius in it and other threats, usually, that are like, okay, flip Hamster if you didn't attack it, get Raikou, tribute the Hamster, summon Caius. That plays insane. Now I have a set Raikou and a Caius on the field. This is a typical like Vayu scenario that they do. Typical in like Machina, the Machina control deck, which is also a really powerful deck. Hamster Raikou Caius, people who still swear by quick draw, Hamster Raikou Caius. And there's a bunch of others, right? There's the Dragon deck that plays Hamster Raikou Caius. Like it's just an insane engine. But it starts with Hamster being, it makes Raikou, it protects Raikou in a weird way. Like normally, if a deck just play Raikou and not Hamster, then it's not really a guess when people set up monsters. Like, oh, it's just Raikou every time. But the fear of it being a Hamster literally will give your opponent turns. Like I've been afraid of a Hamster so bad before, and so is everyone else. If you're intelligent, I've been afraid of a Hamster so much that I will not touch it. Like I'm just like, I will wait to see what happens with that card, but I am not about to swing into that fucking thing. And some decks like Vayu Turbo, which is arguably the best deck in the format, right? Some decks don't care. Like if you don't swing into the Hamster, again, they still go flip it +1, normal summon Greffer, send Vayu, or normal summon Plague, or like summon Gale, or whatever. They can just do more things to pressure you and force you into committing into the Raikou. So now you still have to deal with the Raikou that you didn't want to attack into the Hamster for. And if you lose this 50-50, like again, if you swing into a Hamster with a Vayu, bro, you probably lose that game against Vayu Turbo. Like honestly, if you're playing against Vayu and you go summon a monster attack face down and it's a fucking Hamster and you didn't kill the Hamster, you probably lose like more than 50% of the time. You lose that entire game you just lost because that just happened. Like it's that bad.
Yeah. It's just so strong because when those situations happen and like you have a Gores in your hand and maybe you don't have defense that you can set behind after that turn, like that battle phase ends.
Yep.
And they go Caius your monster and they go attack with Caius, you're just kind of look dumb there where you're just like, all right, well, I mean, I could drop the Gores and it just dies for free because this Raikou that I just gave him just completely fucks up my field. I mean, Hamster Raikou Caius from the very beginning of Edison to now has been a mainstay during the entirety of the format, and Hamster's the centerpiece of it because it enables all parts of the engine. Hamster searches the Raikou, Hamster's tribute material for Caius. It's just he's the star of the show.
4-star monster. It's just an amazing card. Okay, so I'm gonna put DD War Lady at the top of like B tier. I think this card is not bad per se. The problem that I have with it is that we obviously are in a deck devastation virus meta right now. So a lot of people are just maining deck devastation virus. And I thought that DD War Lady had a really good moment in 2023 towards like the end when Machina Control kind of came out. And there were Machina Control decks and Dragon decks that were playing 3 DD War Lady. And when I would play those decks, I'm like, yo, she actually is a really good card in Edison format. Like, she stops Shura. She goes 1-for-1 with Absolute Zero, which is kind of hard to do. She does, like, Treeborn Frogs are at risk. Lightsworn has a hard time getting 4 names in the graveyard. Like, she does a lot. She's held back by the fact that she's a normal summon. She's held back by the fact that she's 1500, so she gets bottomless. She is a battle effect, so she gets deprisoned. She's a 1500 or lower monster, so she gets deck devied. Like, she definitely has her issues, but like her with cards like Honest is insane. I like DD War Lady. I just think that right now in 2025, she's just not that good. I'd even say that like she probably is here with the recruiters because she has a recruiter like effect. In fact, I'm gonna put her here because I think that we're in a situation where I can't think of the last time DD War Lady was in like a deck that topped in the main deck. You guys can let me know if something comes to the top of your mind, but like a deck in 2024 that topped a major, I'm talking about Peak of the Beak, I'm talking about EWCQ, RBET, Ultimate Time Wizard. I can't think of the last time DD War Lady has carried somebody into a top 8 in the main deck. So, and I don't even know why you would side DD War Lady, to be honest. Like, but whatever. But that's not the point. I think that this card is like a solid C tier right now. And this is all, we're basing this off of today's metas, right? So, conversely though, I think this guy, where do I want to put him? Because I think he's broken. Like, I genuinely think that Koaki meiru Drago is broken. I really do. It's a normal summon, but it usually gets special summoned, if we're being honest. Like, the way games typically play out, it usually gets normal summoned, or I was gonna say, it usually gets special summoned by Red Med, of course, at the end of like a combo to kill people.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I would put it, because effectively, how this card is utilized, this card is utilized to kill your opponent. The back row is cleared.
Yep.
It's been special summoned after you summon, 2800 plus guy attack monster guys in a row, right? I would personally think it probably goes in A tier because it follows the same game plan where it's the centerpiece of the deck for the core combo of Dragon Turbo or just Dragon-like decks, where once you have grinded them out of the resources with Disaster Dragons, or once you have accumulated all the pieces to guarantee an OTK with the ready back row, Drago is just the finishing piece where it's like, okay, no back row, I can summon all my things. Drago means no interaction. It's also not a bad stat line to just beat down with because it beats over all 1800 monsters, which is very relevant in Edison.
Yeah, I agree.
When it comes to Drago's like typing, he doesn't really do anything special with typing, but the one thing to consider is that like it kind of can work as a one-sided floodgate, because a lot of times when you are playing dragons, you can still special summon under him. There are a lot of meta decks that have a difficulty of special summoning anything that isn't light or dark for the most part.
The best decks are light and dark decks outside of frogs, obviously.
Right.
So 2 of the top 3 decks in the format, Blackwings and Value, they do get shut down in certain scenarios by just a Drago being on the field. Like, everyone who's played Blackwings or Value has lost to Drago being Drago because it's like, oh fuck, I have Blizzard in my hand, but I actually can't really use it, or I have Value and Sirocco engrave, or Plague Spreader engrave, and I can't use it, or I have Gores in my hand and I can't use it. Drago is broken. I think that we don't see it often enough, but I do think that like if we're talking about the overall meta and like how things are shaping out, I think this card is very, very broken. I could see putting it at the top of B tier, but I really think that it's straight up better than that because of it's a floodgate. It's a floodgate that's like pseudo searchable floodgate. Floodgates are just broken in every format of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, if you just look at how Yu-Gi-Oh! Progressed with power creep all the way to 2025, even when you go back and start doing floodgates earlier when people weren't onto it, it still breaks those formats. Like, so Drago is ridiculous. I think that when I see the whole tier list, I might move it. I might move it like down. I might move it like further down the line because it's not at the like top of A tier, but just because he got called out so early, You know, that's why it's there. So I don't know if anything would be D tier per se, but I think if I had to put anything in D tier, like if you had to guess something that I would put in straight up D tier, Stango, what do you think would be like a D tier normal summon that's like
gadgets?
You hit it right on the.
So let me because now it's time for us to get crazy
instantly.
Because now it's time for us to get crazy because this is what I was waiting for.
You hit it so fast.
So let's be real here. I don't care what any of y'all say. Gadgets are not Stratoses. Gadgets are also just not +1 either. Because I'll tell you something right now. You know what's not a +1? A 1300 monster that you're searching. All right. A 1300 monster that does nothing besides
owes you money. Thank you for the sub.
A 1300 monster that does nothing besides search a 1400 monster. Okay. The only thing, the absolute only thing that can make gadgets even slightly playable is Fortress. If Fortress was not a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Period, gadgets would be so unbelievably unplayable. It'd be painful. It'd be painful to watch anyone play gadgets. They'd be playing backyard Yu-Gi-Oh! They just provide no value. They, the best thing that they do is they eat like D-prisons if your opponent for some reason just can't deal with a gadget. And additionally, if you have a field full of gadgets, they lose to a single special summon Cyber Dragon.
Yeah,
your whole field down.
That is also very true. Gadgets just got aged out of Edison format, if we're being completely honest, from a competitive standpoint. Again, I'm not saying that gadgets can never top an event again, because that's not what this tier list is about. This tier list is just, out of all the normal summons in the format, right? Out of all the normal summons, if I see my opponent go turn 1, they win the die roll, and they go summon a gadget, I'm going to go, oh, thank God. Like, I'm going to sink back into my chair and be like, oh, thank God. Like, I'm playing against gadgets round 1. Thank you, bracket luck. Like, round 1, thank you so much. I'm going to set Dupe Frog and OTK this guy. Like, literally.
Your whole deck gets devastated.
Oh, yes, that too. We're in a deck devastation format.
Devastated.
Yo, the fact that right now is the worst possible time. Like, this is also the worst possible time you could be playing gadgets. Because while frogs also get devastated, when frogs don't, or when they just have like salvage or whatever, they just kill you. Like, okay, you devastated me, and it did not end me, so now I'm just going to fucking kill you. And gadgets don't have that. They don't have the like, oh, I got devastated, let me pot. Okay, let me see what you drew off of the pot, because you're still under deck devi. Gadgets just, they got aged out by deck devi, they got aged out by frogs. I think that frogs being in the format was such a bad thing for gadgets. So in SJC Edison 2010, gadgets got second. Gadgets have never been, and I dare say never will be, second in another major Edison event ever. And they haven't been since 2010, when people didn't know what they were doing, obviously, because Quick Draw won. But like, literally in 2025, I cannot see a world where gadgets can get second place. Like, God forbid they win something, right? But like, I don't think gadgets will ever get second place, and they've never even been close to second place since.
I'll eat a shoe.
You'll eat a shoe?
I'll eat a whole shoe.
I'll hold that. I'll hold you to it. I'll hold you to I'll eat a shoe.
I'll eat a whole shoe if gadgets get second.
Yeah.
Ever.
I don't think they're going to get second at a I just don't think it's going to happen. So the deck is not good. It's definitely aged out by deck devi, by frogs existing. Like, frogs literally just existing. I think Dream Frogs kills this deck too, because like, one dupe block is already problematic for a gadget deck, but imagine multiple dupe blocks. Like Madara said, what are you going to do about the second one or the third one? There's just no world where I want to play gadgets in 2025. I think that the only world where gadgets would be really good is if Hero Beat became a dominant deck again, and that's just not currently going to happen. And speaking of Hero Beat, is it time? Is it time?
So listen, I'm gonna get unhinged. Okay, I'm going to get very unhinged right now. All right, I know you put it in B tier. I'm making the case for C tier.
Okay.
So let's be fair to Alias. Okay.
Yep. Let's be fair.
Because I made these points in the first tier list video.
By the way, hold on. Let me just interject.
Yes.
If you guys haven't seen our 2023 Normal Summon Edison tier list video on YouTube, check that out. You can literally just go to the end and see where Alias is. I think Alias is like high, like A tier or something. He's like an A tier or something like that. obviously in 2023, Diva Hero Beat and Hero Beat were Diva Hero Beat really. Diva Hero Beat was a really powerful deck because Blackwings had taken over. Diva Hero Beat had a really positive matchup in War League against Blackwings, like a really, really good record against Blackwings. And it probably still does have a solid matchup against Blackwings, but I don't think it's like as bad as it used to be. So Alias was very highly valued in 2023. But now, like, not only has people's information, we've all gotten smarter in this format. Like, everyone's been playing it for longer, and you've just gotten better and better at the format. The deck that he's in, the decks that he's in, outside of Hero Frogs is like the pinnacle of what that card can do. But in terms of like Hero Beat, ass. Like, he's ass now. Like, Alias is so ass now. It's like sad how much of a fall off Hero Beat has had. Hero Beat hasn't done well, like really well, consistently in over a year. Like, it's been over a year since people have been like in fear of Hero Beat. We used to side this card. We used to side Snowman Eater because this guy was that much of a problem. This card is no longer side decked anywhere because this guy is no longer a problem. It's just like all the decks are more unfair. All the Lonefire decks, this becoming a deck I think is also problematic. Amaryllis being a deck in the format that did not exist and being refined with the miracle fertilizers and shit made it where Gemini Spark is straight up awful. Like, Titanio shits on Gemini Spark like no other. It's such a bad matchup to play against Amaryllis if you're on Hero Beat.
Yeah, you're getting cooked in that matchup.
Dream Frogs came out also, and like, again, if you can't deal with one dupe block, imagine getting dupe block 2 or 3 or 4 times, God forbid. Because when I'm playing Hero Frogs, I only could dupe block you one time, and if you break it, then like my deck just has to do other stuff to win. And it does have other options, obviously, but at least the Hero Beat player can take a sigh of relief. Okay, I made it through the dupe block this game, so I don't have to see it again. But when Dream Frogs came out, they fucking pot Avarice and do it again, and then people started playing Salvage and do it again. Yeah, like, what are you going to do about the second one, literally? So because there's decks that dupe block you multiple times, like the same thing is true about Forgs, Fishborg, Frogs, they also dupe block you multiple times, or just like flat out kill you because you put a fucking Alias on the field, and God forbid you put an Alias on the field, because that is a 1900 monster, which is perfect for a Colossal Fighter Armory Arm play to equip it, and now my Colossal's 28, and your guy's 29, and I take 100, and you literally die because you have an Alias.
That's fine. I can take three 19s if I'm at 8,000. That's all right.
It's so bad. Alias is so bad now. It's actually the perfect attack power to get Colossal Armory Arms right now. It is the best attack power to be. Obviously, if there's a warrior in the graveyard, then it changes it slightly. I just have to put 2 Armory Arms on your Alias, but like, between Dupe Frog happening to you multiple times, like literally just setting a Dupe Frog is like, dear God, how do I deal with that, right?
Yes.
It's a normal summon, actually. Like, it actually is a normal summon. It's also terrible without Gemini Spark. When you don't draw Alias with Gemini Spark, it is ass. You are literally playing a normal monster. There's no way around it. Like, your deck is awful. Your deck is awful.
The game of Edison has just advanced so much where, like, you cannot afford for all of your monsters to produce value. And if Alias does not have Gemini Spark, he does not produce value when he gets summoned. The only singular reason that he is not D tier is because you can use him for Miracle Fusion. That is it. That is the only reason, because Absolute Zero is one of the best monsters in the entire format.
Yeah.
If he was a Destiny hero monster, he'd probably be D tier.
Like, flat out.
All right. Yeah. So, like, if there was some reason that you couldn't use him for, Absolute Zero because you can use Destiny hero, whatever. If he wasn't a hero,
well,
unplayable.
Yeah, he has. So when we talked about him in 2023, we definitely rated Alias very high because he had a lot going for him. His typing is amazing, his stats are amazing, his attributes amazing, his name is amazing because he's elemental hero, he's light, he's warrior, he's 1900. So he does have like great stats for 2021 Edison, but it's 4 years later. We're in 2025, and like, when you look at the top decks now, they just don't give a fuck about an Alias. Like, I can't think of Amaryllis, Frogs, Hero Frogs, Dream Frogs, Fishborg Frogs, Vayu, Blackwings. All of these decks just do unfair things, and like, Alias just doesn't do anything.
I will
broken.
tell you, when Hero Frogs like really got solidified and Alias was part of the deck list, I was very happy to summon an Alias into like a problematic monster.
Yeah.
Now when I have to summon an Alias, I'm looking for every excuse not to. I'm like, can I do any other play besides summon Alias?
Yeah.
Like literally anything else.
Okay. I want to tier this guy. I want to put this thing very high. I think Card Trooper. So this is my second most hated normal summon in the format. My two most hated normal summons are Card Trooper and Gale. I've literally lost in Ultimate Time Wizard Tournament. Like the first one ever. The first one ever. I lost to Matt Kalinda, who's the champion. I lost to him in Swiss, and I lost to him in top 4. And these two cards played a big role in me losing to him both times. And I never forgot that, because like my like losses keep me up at night, I always say, like jokingly. But like I never forget why I lost a game. Trooper is broken. Trooper's at 1. God forbid if Trooper wasn't at 1. Different, like the format I think actually would genuinely be like more annoying, more obnoxious, because his stats, everything about him is just ridiculous. Like the fact that he gets under bottomless perfectly, like he just perfectly gets under bottomless, but then he gets perfectly over Stratos, over Greffer, over Armageddon Knight, like crashes into Alias, draws a card, so +1 there, beats over Gearframe, beats over Lila, beats over fucking Garoth, like beats over Hamster, and then if I beat over a Hamster, I don't even give a fuck that you got a Ryko, because what are you gonna do with it? I'm not putting any more cards on the field, nooka, so you're gonna have to fucking pop my Card Trooper. Like it literally is the most obnoxious monster. I hate this thing.
My God.
I hate Card Trooper, bro. Like I hate it.
Another big point that I really have to point out is that in the decks that really abuse it best, and I think that's Value Turbo. I think every other deck, like
Lightsworn can use it or whatever. It's good in Lightsworn, but it's not value level broken.
Yeah. Like every other deck just uses it as, you know, a means to an end. Like Card Trooper is a very vital part of the success of Value. And I think the thing that enables the value strategy so well with Card Trooper is that it's a proactive way to get the milling going.
Yeah.
Instead of having to find the other one of a spell and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Card Trooper is a way of going like, mill 3, look at my graveyard. You know, now that I milled this stuff in my graveyard, I don't want to attack anymore. I can just keep milling. You got a back row back there, and I got Card Trooper through. That's a deep prison. That's cool. Cool story, bro. Set bottomless. You summon Shura bottomless. Oh, mill 3 again. I milled 6. Oh wow, look at that. Play Gardener and 2 pieces. That's crazy.
Yeah, it does a lot. I think that what you said is the key thing about him is that it's a proactive way to mill 3. And so there are situations where you have a Dark Arm in your hand, or you have a Christia in your hand, or you have a JD in your hand, and you just need to hit something off of Trooper. Like you're like, oh, I'm like 1 Fairy, or 1 Lightsworn Name, or 1 Dark, or 2 Darks away, or whatever. Like I need to hit. I have a value. I need a Sirocco. I have, you know, I could hit my Plague. I have 10 cards left in my deck, and Plague is one of them, or whatever. I can hit a Gardener. The fact that it's proactive is so busted, and its stats. Just chef's kiss to Card Trooper. Card Trooper, I think, is like one of the absolute best A-tier monsters in the format.
It's just really the only thing with the card is that if it gets deep prison, that sucks. But it's almost completely like devoided of weakness.
Yeah, even if it gets deep prison though, like the mills by themselves can be enough to make deep prison
the damage
minus.
could already be done by that point.
Yeah.
But like that's the only thing you could say. So like as far as like weakness, like 98% positives, like 2% negatives to it. Like it's an insane card.
Yeah, really ridiculous. Okay, I am going to put Kaiku up here. I'll put him in like the middle. You know, like he, you know, I think Breaker's a little bit better, honestly. Like I'm not even joking. Kaiku's good. I think that he's a little overrated, but I do think he's good.
Oh man, I agree with this so much. I feel like Kaiku has been like the song of summer. You know, this is like the summer song. Like everyone's just been like, man, Kaiku's just so impactful and stuff like that. And there are a lot of games and decisions where, like, you know, when you're playing against certain decks, like Frogs versus Values post board, you are like kind of like, okay, Swap Frog past Treeborn is actually like a little risky now because like you could be playing Kaiku.
This card single-handedly makes that play like you said more risky.
Yeah, I think the main thing that comes to Kaiku, and it's kind of very similar to all the other B tier ones, where it's like sometimes with Kaiku you just don't exactly get the ideal situation to use it.
Yes.
Until it presents itself.
And that's what I do not like about it. It requires like these very specific conditions, and it uses your normal summon. It gets hit by every possible trap in the format that people would use on a monster. Like, it gets hit by everything. And when it does, it doesn't get any value. Like, it doesn't, at least with Dyna, because I'm going to rank Dyna right after this. Spoiler alert, Dyna is like a much higher rated monster for multiple reasons we'll talk about. But like Kaiku, I understand why people switch from like playing Dyna as much and started playing Kaiku more. It made sense because Hero Frogs was very dominant. And I think that Kaiku is very good against Hero Frogs because it stops Miracle Fusion from the graveyard.
Yep.
Which is really strong. Like, that is, do not get, like, make no mistake, I am not delusional. I know that Kaiku's broken against Hero Frogs. I just think that Hero Frogs isn't the only frog deck in the format anymore, and it's not as good against the other ones, and it's because it literally can get you killed against like fishboard frogs and stuff. Like, you literally might die. You might also die against dream frogs too, because that deck happens to also play fishboard blaster and death frog and colossal army on you as well. But like, my point is, it requires conditions that I think make it a little bit more narrow than the cards that are higher. Like, the cards that are higher so far are Floodgate Monster that stops Light and Dark, which are the two most ridiculous attributes. Like, Water, Light, and Dark are the best attributes, but I think Dark is like the #1 attribute in the format. And then you have like, you know, the other ones. So this is just a Floodgate. Gale, ridiculous. Shura, ridiculous. Literally changes the way you have to play the game. Card Trooper, we talked about. Hamster, you lose the game if you attack into a hamster with a monster that's not strong enough to kill it. Like, you just flat out get, they go +2, you lose. Lonefire, proactive, substitute, god card, you know. So everything above it, I think is like fairly above Kaiku. I'm noticing that B tier right now is like all side deck cards. Like, these are all cards that I don't think you main any of these. They're all like side deck cards. The one, okay, I'll put a side deck card high though.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Easy.
This completely...
Easy.
This plus Royal Decree is like an FTK against Blackwings.
Yes.
This combo literally forces Blackwings to play, like, to be real, no one wants to play Cyber Dragon. No one wants to play that card.
That's so true.
Like,
that's so true. I feel so bad
on.
having to side deck Cyber Dragon. I'm not gonna lie. Like, being forced to put a Cyber Dragon in my side deck, I just feel bad. Because it's so primitive. I don't know if any of y'all caught on, but like around 2.5 years ago, me and Frazier were always talking about like Cyber Dragon is awful. Like, Machina's not out here because frogs just shit. Like, they don't even need Cyber Dragon. They just fucking bop, no div. I've never Cyber Dragoned a Machina player by playing frogs, and like, I've never lost a Machina control. Now, I know this is going to happen because I shit on Machina control. I don't shit on Machina control. I think Machina control is good, but I'm a frog player, so naturally I see that deck as like not a threat to me, but I think it's a threat to value in Blackwings.
Yeah.
And Cyber Dragon was never part of the equation of why I think it's a free deck.
Blackwings need to they need to look in their side deck and like, I need literally every monster that is just slightly even good, because if I get Consecrated Light, I just lose.
Yeah.
Because like, I cannot rely on Icarus attack being enough, because I can just run in the Starlight Road, I can run in the Royal Decree. They could book a moon if I try to attack with literally any other monster. It's just tough. Like, this monster, and also you can just 1-for-1 this guy, which is just ridiculous because it's just searchable by
its
another
typing,
one of
its attribute, its level are all relevant. It being a fairy, it being a 1-star, it being light, everything about Consecrated Light is relevant. And I think that, I know you said that if you have it with the Kree, it's like an FTK or OTK against Blackwings, which is true. Even if you don't have it with Decree, though, they need to out it, or they cannot play the game at all. And there are just certain times where, as a Blackwing player, because I'm also a Blackwing player, like I play Blackwings a lot. Not like you guys don't, it's not always forward facing, but I do have a video on the channel of me topping with Blackwings, and I gave you all like 9 matches that I played or whatever. I like Blackwings as the deck. I think it's one of the best decks in the format. I stand by that. I don't think it'll change anytime soon. But Consecrated Light literally gives me like PTSD, because you can lose a game to anyone if a Consecrated just resolves at the right time. And yes, there are outs to people play Fisher, people play DDV, people play Icarus attack if you get the opportunity to do it at the right times and all that stuff. It doesn't stop the fact that this Floodgate makes it where your entire deck is cut off though. Like, it doesn't, all of the outs, like, oh, just have the out, bro, that's not like a real thing. Like, just have the out is cute to say, like when you're just talking, but when you're sitting there and you're the Blackwing player holding your hand,
you got 3 blizzards in your hand and you're staring at a consecrated light and you're like, oh.
Yeah, like I fucking you start losing the game. Everyone's seen that situation where like you have to set a Blackwing against Consecrated Light, and then when the opponent who has the Consecrated on the field realizes that you're setting Blackwings just to like live, or to try to set up a Brionic play or some shit because you're trying to like, oh, I'll just like flip up the Blizzard and I'll flip up the Bora and I'll synchro in the Brio. Like that's not happening.
Keep in mind that play takes 3 turns to set up.
Yeah.
You can only set a monster once per turn, set a Bora, set a Blizzard, and then on your 3rd turn is when you get to finally try to out it.
Yeah.
And that's not to speak about that the Blackwings have horrible defense stats, so they die to anything. So God forbid your opponent has a monster to start being like, what you doing with that shit on the field? Get that shit out of here.
Yeah, Consecrated literally makes Blackwings have to put in what I would consider bad cards to just like out Consecrated Light, like in the off chance that like, oh, a Consecrated dropped. I've literally played against and have been played against where my opponent randomly in the middle of a game just fucking summons a Consecrated Light, and all of a sudden a game that I was absolutely winning and dominating and whatever, I'm now like, holy shit, that just took all the steam out of my boat. Like my boat has no steam. Like I'm about to lose because he just did that. If I don't draw something very soon, I'm going to lose the game. In fact, in that video where I topped with Blackwings last year, there was a match against a Twilight Swarm player. And if you look at the replay, and I discussed this and everything, if you look at the replay, at one point he consecrates me, and I don't do anything for 3 or 4 turns until I eventually draw Brain Control to go with a Sirocco. Like, and I think I also drew the Sirocco in those 3 or 4 turns, but I literally like couldn't do any. I couldn't play. I just had cards in my hand. I could not play. And then eventually I drew Brain Control. I was like, okay, Brain Control it, tribute it for Sirocco, and then I started doing stuff and I won. But if I literally just didn't draw an out, or to be more specific, because this is what really happened, he had Consecrated, but he was under DDV. I remember he Monster Reincarnation to get back Consecrated, which is how he had. So he got DDV'd, and then he Monster Reincarnation, discarded a card, brought back Consecrated, summoned it, cut off my entire hand for several turns. The problem is he didn't have any pressure. So he had Consecrated, but his deck, because I think he's playing, like I said, Twilight Sworn or whatever, he didn't have even a Lila, a Garroth. Like a Garroth would have ate. A Garroth would have ate down. Like a fucking stray Garroth would have been too much with the Consecrated, but he didn't have any pressure. So I was able to like draw and not be pressured by like a fucking Aaron kicking me in the chest every turn. You know, like that would have been too much. Like an Aaron just kicking me in the groin every single turn.
Yeah, God forbid you get a smart idea and you set into the Consecrated and he draws Aaron off the top and says, spin that shit back.
Yeah, Consecrated's nuts. For what it does to Blackwings, one of the best decks in the format, it is nuts. It's a floodgate. It is nuts. But the S tier floodgate monster, the absolute S tier floodgate monster, when people talk about Dyna, I don't like the disrespect that Dyna gets sometimes, because while I think most Edison players know that Dyna is ridiculous. I do think that most of us know that. I don't like how people only talk about the part where Dyna prevents special summons, and they never really talk about the part where if you flip a Dyna, it's Raigeki.
A field. Yeah.
It's fucking Raigeki. Like,
yeah.
Why are we not discuss? Like, why is that not? That is unhinged. The amount of times I've had a duplock and a 0 on the field, and my value opponent just goes set, and I think, oh, it's a Raiko, you're cooked. Attack, and they're like, actually, you're cooked. Kill your Dyna, or kill your 0, kill your entire fucking duplock, your substitute, your dupes, everything dies. Like everything, and you used your battle phase, everything dies. The fact that Raigeki's on flip, it also, I've been saying this too, because people are like, oh, what do I side deck against Amaryllis? Do I side deck DD Crows, or do I side deck like, people come up with all Soul Release, people come up with all these fucking terrible ideas against Amaryllis. You don't side any of that shit against Amaryllis. You don't need that against Amaryllis. You know what you need against Amaryllis? Fossil Dyna. Fossil Dyna is a god card against Amaryllis. There's nothing they can do about a face down Fossil Dyna. Think about it. Titanial doesn't negate it. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. Amaryllis doesn't, like, there's nothing they can do. If they have a field of Titanial, Amaryllis, 2 Dandy tokens, they feel, oh, I feel so good. I'm out here with my plants. I'm doing the thing. And you just go set Fossil Dyna pass. What do they do? Like, what do they actually do? First of all, they don't even know what it is because it's a set monster, right? But the other part, they're probably like, oh, it's a Raikou. I'm just going to negate it with my tokens. And you're just like, flip dyna. Flip dyna. Flip dyna. Flip dyna.
Oh.
Flip dyna.
Oh, okay. You flip dyna. This token, right? This token I normal summoned. It wasn't specialed, right? I get to keep this one? Yeah? I can keep this one, right?
Dyna is crazy. Dyna is crazy. Not just because of the fucking Vanity's Fiend effect that it has built in, but because it randomly, for no reason at all either, for no good reason, it just has Jalgan the Spiritualist for free when it's flipped.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that pretty much every side deck of the big three and even like the big top 5, top 10 decks that aren't frogs play Dyna because it just absolutely just says no to the nonsense. It's like, okay, you're gonna play passive, summon Armwing from Vayu effect, normal Dyna, big damage.
Yep.
Oh, you are absolutely cooking my shit in with the absolute mega field, absolute zero mega field. You got all the water monsters that you substituted out. Raigeki your field, summon another Dyna, or just like play from there. Like, it's
the amount of games that I've lost, that all of you who are watching this and are listening to this have lost to a big monster. Let's say Dark Arm. Let's say Armwing is good enough. Honestly, a lot of the times, a monster that's like sizable. And by sizable, I really just mean over 2,000 so that it can beat over like Dupe Frogs and shit. A monster that is sizable plus a Dyna is GG for so many decks. Like that combination of summon Armwing or summon Dark Armed, which I know that like Dark Arm is a one of and it's very specific, but the amount of times that Vayu fucking goes Dark Arm Vayu is crazy. Like that is a very normal thing, unfortunately, because that deck is broken. The deck is broken. Value's broken. The amount of times that deck just goes like Armwing, Dark Armed, normal summon Dyna, or just special summon Dark Arm, normal summon Dyna. Like,
I mean, I already know I lost. If they knock me out of brain control range,
yeah.
I'm like, I can't even take your Dark Arm and like try to like super turn this around.
It's 4,000 by itself.
I have to normal summon this Junk Synchron, attack your Dyna, hope to God that it goes through, because if you have a back row, I'm just like, well, I'm cooked. Yeah. And then I set my Raigeki break, you pop my shit, I have no cards, no life, you summon an Armageddon Knight and you fucking kill me. It's like, Dyna just facilitates very ignorant play patterns, and it also mitigates against like the special summoning, like ridiculous situations that like come from frogs, that come from plants. Like Dyna just plays no nonsense with that shit at all.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, moving on. So we just did a video, Master Disaster, where we played the deck that got top 8, I believe, which is actually crazy. 2,000 person tournament, SJC Edison in 2010. Flamvell. So Firedog is basically Shura, but super nerfed. He has higher stats, but all of the cards surrounding Firedog are way worse than all of the cards surrounding this guy. So this guy has Blizzard and Kalut and Gale and Vayu and Dark Armed. This guy has none of that. He just has a 1400 tuner that is 4 stars, which is like, okay, 1400 gets on the bottom list, so you can make Stardust, which is nice. Tuner, cool. Fire, so like you don't get weirdly outed or cooked by like these guys or anything. The problem is there's only 2 playable Flamvells in the format. It's Dog and it's Magician. The other problem is that level 8 synchros fucking suck. In Edison format, level 8 synchros, like making 2 of them, because the goal with your Flamvell deck is to attack with Firedog, get Magician, this is ideal. Synchro, make an 8-star, play Rekindling, Synchro, make another 8-star. That would be good in 2010. Again, in 2025, there aren't 2 level 8-star synchros that I'm like, oh my god, he has a Stardust and a Thought Ruler. How will I ever deal? Oh wait.
Summon Blizzard.
Activate Miracle
Make
Fusion.
Goyo Guardian.
Oh, special summon Fortress. Attack into Stardust. Kill the other one. Like, the problem is that 8 stars, this is just a fact that I've known for years, by the way. 8-star synchros and Edison suck. Like they just suck. They're all very, very specific. They're all very situational. Like, oh, Stardust right here when I have all these back rows or with Mirror Force, whatever. Like Stardust is nice. Stardust is probably the best one, right? Then Thought Ruler's like, oh, if I know they have Deep Prison or I have a good read or like Mirror Force is gone or Torrential's gone, then I can summon a Thought Ruler. Like Colossal's like, oh, he might have Honest or Collude, and like this guy protects me for a couple turns until they fucking inevitably Caius me or brain control and kill me with it or whatever. Like they're all just so mid. I actually think so. Stardust and Darken are like solid, but by no means are they on the level of like Brionic. Like be for real. Brionic,
Orio's the best.
Goyo Guardian,
yep.
Black Rose Dragon, like. So 8-star synchros. Also, here's the other problem with, and this is all related to Firedog, because we're talking about like if you're playing Firedog, then the issue is that you're making 8-star synchros. Is like that's what your deck usually is doing, is making 8-star synchros with Firedog. The problem is Dark End requires a dark monster to make, and you won't just make a Dark End and pass. Like that doesn't make any sense. So on the turn where you will want to like OD on your opponent, after you go attack with Firedog, get Magician, and then like make an 8-star synchro, and like you can hold Rekindling until next turn, but then if they start outing your shit, it might not be another turn because the format is actually way faster than that now. And so Darken is cute, and people didn't have Darken back then because it was a prize card. Now we have access to Darken because it's been reprinted, and on Dueling Book every card is free. Even still, 8-star synchros in general just are not very good, and you can only make Darken if you have Spy. Like that's the only way you can.
That's the only playable card you can really pair with it. Like, playing any other 4 dark monster is like I can't even think of anything that you would like. No. Like it's not even a question.
Yeah. So Flamvell Firedog sucks. It's like way worse than Shura. Shura's just golly. Shura's a fucking god card. This card is like, first of all, Shura doesn't even get walled off by a set dupe. Like if I set Dupe Frog against Shura, then it's like okay, collude over it, right? Like I just collude over it. Or like, oh, attack, I'll take 200, next turn summon Gale, fucking Gale, half the Dupe Frog, gain advantage. This guy doesn't have an honest, at least in this format. I don't think Flamvell, is it called like Flamvell Fire Baby? Is like there's a Flamvell honest that gives them 400 attack. I don't think it's legal in Edison format. Even if it was, I don't think it would really like change anything. But the fact that this thing cannot beat over a Dupe Frog, and I have to be clear that like if your deck can't beat over a Dupe Frog with like regular activities, that is a problem for your, like that is a big problem. You have to be able to beat over a Dupe Frog. Like your deck just has to naturally be able to deal with Dupe Frog, and if it can't, then you end up down here. You end up here. Look at where they're at. They're fucking down here. The things that really have a hard time with a Dupe block, they're all here. So
Super Smash, they're all here.
Okay, this card's been getting popular. I don't think this card is that great. I don't know what's going on with the Amaryllis community. Like I know that they call this like they have like this Theft Amaryllis deck. I don't know why they made their deck worse against DDV when DDV became popular. I think Cyber Rally's fine. I don't think it's broken. They're not playing machine dupe. They're not like, they're just like, oh, I'm going to steal your monster and then like draw 2 cards and pass with an open field. And I'm like, okay. Like I don't really get it. Like I genuinely, I do not get it. Like Cyber Valley in Amaryllis just seems like, it just doesn't seem that good. Like I don't like, I'm not intimidated by when they go summon Cyber Valley. I'm way more afraid of them trying to kill me with like, the Lonefire and the Miracle Fertilizer shit and all that. Like it's just okay. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's broken, but I do think it's weird that right now, when we're experiencing literally the most deck devastation viruses ever, they're like adding cards that get deck devastated to their deck. When I think that Amaryllis, the like original build, not the original build, not the Carpath build, but like the Little Man Yugioh builds, I think that those builds were pretty resilient against DDV. If you look at their list, they don't actually play that many cards against DDV. There's like 2 Lonefires, 2 Dandies, a Debris Dragon, a Morphing Jar, a Plague, a Gardna. I think I just counted 8 cards. That is actually very low for DDV targets in an entire deck list. Like that's pretty good to have your deck only have like 8 cards against DDV, and 2 of them that I named are Dandelion. So you actually don't even really care that much. But yeah, I don't get the hype around the Cyber Valley thing. going on. I don't see it. Maybe I have to like lose to it a bunch of times.
There.
Okay.
There's nothing there. Yeah. I mean, it's literally it with mind control is a solid combo of outing a problematic monster. That's about the biggest highlight that this card ever really gets. Everything else is super conditional. The battle phase effect is like kind of a joke. Like honestly, it's just a sign of weakness if you're really out here like needing to skip a battle phase. Yeah, the card just is not very good.
I actually think, surprise, surprise, because the end of 2024 showed us that Teledad is just a deck now, like a tournament winning deck. It won one of the Peak of the Beaks. It also got second at YCS Niagara, and but if you asked me before 2024 at the end of the year what I think about Krebons, I would have told you that it's not very good. Like, why are you asking me about Krebons? The card is just like rant, like it's a rant. I've played against it. I actually lost. I got third place at Niagara because I lost the fucking Krebons. Literally because it was Krebons too. Like, I'm not even kidding. I was attacking him with a Gores and like a Stratos, I think. And he had a Krebons on the field, so he paid 1,600. And then on his turn, he went Summon Greffer, pitch a card, send Malicious, Synchro, make Yugioh, attack, take your Gores, and I started losing immediately. And I was like, yo, the fact that Krebons made it where I could not out his, like, I couldn't get over it. Like, I had to just attack into it, make him take a little bit of damage, and I already had the Gores on the field, so it's not even like I could do something to not get my Gores taken by Yugioh. It weirdly is a good card. I don't really know how else to explain it. You just have to kind of play against it to see what I mean. But like, it's better than I thought. If you asked me before the end of 2024, I would have been like, oh, it's probably like here. But after experiencing it for myself and like playing against it a couple times, I actually think this card is a lot better than we all realized it was. And so I'm going to put it at like in B tier and like pretty high B tier. I think that Krebons is a solid normal summon in the format. This card is also insane, right? Like, Raikou broken. It's not as broken as these guys that like flat out win the game. Like, just buy the, like, these cards flat out win the game. But Raikou is it's a step towards winning the game. The only real problem with it is that more and more decks are getting like hip to it. So they're doing annoying shit like Amaryllis naturally plays the triple Titanial. People make Stardust against value, it just folds the entire deck. Like, just like, oh fuck, there's a Stardust. Now Just Mill. Every time I see people type Just Mill, I'm just like, you feel bad. Like, you just.
Oh, Just Mill is a complete concession. Just
Mill was crazy.
Yeah, I think the thing with Raikou is that Hamster only really gets impacted by DDV, and that is, you know, DDV is a big part of the meta. It's not to understate
so does Raikou gets fucked by it too.
But DDVing like Hamster all the time is a little too idealistic. Everyone stopped siding in Nobleman because Nobleman just like completely does nothing for when your opponent is just like, I'm not playing Hamster anymore. I'm playing Vayu summon all my monsters this game.
Right.
And I'm not setting a single card. So really when it came to Raikou, Raikou is the more vulnerable part of the whole Hamster Raikou Caius engine. There's a lot more exploitivity that you can do there. You can attack it with monsters that, you know, are not really fragile to getting Raikou'd. Obviously, as you said, making Stardust against it is very impactful because you get only 50% of the value of resolving the card. And when you're thinking about, do I want to waste my turn using my normal summoning, setting a card to only get 50% of its effect?
Yeah.
It's kind of questionable to be like, well, should I even really be doing that? Can I do literally any other play? Because that doesn't sound too ideal.
Yeah. Somebody said Green Gadget's in shambles, and I'm just looking at him by himself. He's been down there alone for so long. And I'm
going to be honest, he might be by themselves by the end
I'm
of this.
looking at the rest, and I don't see anything as bad. I'm just going to put like, okay, Thunder King.
I think it sucks in this format.
It
doesn't do anything.
I don't really know, like, it's bad. Thunder King is bad. I just have to say, like, Thunder King is not very good. Every time I've seen a Thunder King, I've never been like scared of it. If you play Tengu format though, Thunder King is a fucking god card because every single deck in Tengu format basically needs to either search or it plays duality or whatever, or they special summon Exceeds monsters with one card, Tour Guide. But he's broken in that format. And in Edison format, there's, again, I gotta bring it up. Dupe Frog is a problem. Raikou is a problem. Hamster's a problem. Card Trooper is a problem. Gale's a problem. The list goes on. This card isn't very good.
The problem about Thunder King as well is that all the situations where an inherent summon would come up with him, it's kind of weird to say, even though Tengu's in a later format, but I feel like most of the time when Thunder King would negate something, Edison just has more follow-ups from like the grave.
Yeah.
Like you have Miracle Fusion afterwards, you have value effects in the
fact
graveyard
that it doesn't stop Miracle Fusion, that was a problem in itself. Like that is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like
It doesn't stop Miracle Fertilizer. It doesn't stop the summons. It doesn't stop Substitute from doing its.
Oh, this is actually a very well-known thing. Thunder King doesn't actually stop special summoning. I don't know if anyone really knew that, but I'll tell you right now, you could play a 40-card deck list of four. I'll let you play 40 Thunder Kings against me, and you won't stop a single special summon in a deck that I play.
I also think, I know people are saying, I'm looking at the chat and people are saying like, oh, it's good against Machina, but like, is it though? Because here's my problem. I have a couple problems. Here's my problem though. Machina plays triple Raikou and sometimes they actually play triple Hamster. So like, and some of them play Cyber Dragon, some of them play Gale. You've all seen these Machina control decks that play like all these, they play Card Trooper. I don't think Thunder King is really that good against Machina. I think that it can be okay, but like you're just playing against a Hamster Echo Kaya's deck.
So let me get the play pattern here. Summon Thunder King. Oh, I can't summon Fortress? Okay, set Raikou. Oh, you have a Caius in your hand? So are you telling me you're going to tribute your Thunder King to stop my Raikou? That's fine. Go ahead and tribute your Thunder King. Banish my Raikou. I take 24. Okay, now I can summon Fortress. Yippee. Attack your Caius. Like,
oh, this is not.
There's no good way to exert pressure against, like, decks in this format with Thunder King because every single top deck plays traps. All the traps out Thunder King.
Look at this. Okay, I just clicked on a deck, a Machina deck. I just found one by Anthony Alvarado, another, he's not a YC champion, he's an SJC champion. This is Anthony Alvarado, who plays Edison format, one of the best GOAT players in the world. Actually, shout out to him. I think he just won GOAT Worlds in 2024. Anyway, 3 Raikou, 3 Hamster, 2 Cyber Dragon, Card Trooper, double D-Prison, double Bottomless, Mirror Force, Raigeki Break, Charge of the Light Brigade, Brain Control.
Bro, even Jiu-Jitsu Master, he'll teach his ass karate. He'll spin his shit back.
I genuinely don't think, in Edison format specifically, I don't think this is a very good card. I think if you have space to side this card, I'm wondering what deck you're even playing, because like, how do you have space for that? How do you have space for Thunder King before you put in this or Vanity's Fiend or shit like that? I don't know where you're finding space. I don't know what deck is really like, look at this. Every card in this deck outs it. Also, to be clear, if Fortress is in the graveyard and he has one of these in his hand, this just one for ones with it. It just one for ones with it. Like, it just one for ones with it. Discard, bring back Fortress, you're going to negate it, okay? And like, okay, people are saying not charge. Sure, I can't activate charge when Thunder King is on the field, but if I activated charge before Thunder King was on the field, I just have a Raikou. I have an out to it. Like, people go activate charge to mill to see if I mill a Fortress or whatever, and then they go like, a lot of people do this, they go charge for Raikou, and then they don't fucking actually set Raikou, they set Hamster to kill you. They set Hamster to OTK you. Shen Chan, thank you for the sub. But yeah, this isn't very good. I'm not gonna harp on this any longer. Since you guys brought up Machina so much, and I genuinely do not think that like Thunder King is good against Machina, especially looking at the deck lists that are modernized Machina. It's not good. Oh, I did not mean to put him there. But yeah, I'm gonna put Gearframe like high up here. I'll put him like here. Gearframe's broken. It's not. I just hate when I bring this up so often. I just hate when people call it Stratos, because it's just not as good as Stratos. Like, it just factually isn't as good as Stratos. Stratos is a fucking hero monster. It enables Miracle Fusion. Stratos searches out like 5 different cards. Gearframe searches out really 1 card, and the card that it searches out is also most of the time a -1, because in order to get the Fortress that you searched out of your hand, you have to discard another card. So like, you go +1 when you summon it, but it's a +1 the same way gadgets are a +1. Like, is it really a +1? You have to go summon, discard Fortress, summon it. So you went -1 to summon your Fortress in the first place. Like, it's not Stratos level, but it is good, and it's at 3, and it's cute, it's Earth, it's 1800, it has great stats. It's a solid A tier, like a solid A tier.
The biggest thing that we said, especially in the last video, is that Stratos is the gift that keeps on giving, because once Stratos has left the field, it has an impact for the rest of the game because it can just be used for fodder for Miracle Fusion. And also, the thing about gear frames on the field, like, sure, going like gear frame summon, search, summon another gear frame, search is cute, but Stratos also has the additional utility where it's like, all right, I'm full, I don't need any more monsters, let me get a back row from you real quick.
Yeah.
Like, that is just so much better already, in my opinion, because the inherent +1 of gear frame, as you said, is -1. The utility of being able to pop spells and traps and also enabling Miracle Fusion, it's not even, they're in the different,
people
completely
comparing
different
it.
conversation.
I hate when people compare gear frame to Stratos, because it's like, okay, do you just mean that they're both 1800 monsters? Because Stratos has another effect. Like, what are we talking about? Miracle Fusion summon 0, normal summon Stratos pop. Like, that's a real and common thing. Special Prodigy, normal summon Stratos pop. Activate Return, bring back Malicious, bring back Plague Spreader Zombie, bring back Stratos, pop. Like, Stratos is broken. Stratos is not on the same. We are not doing this. One of them is at 1 and one of them is at 3 for a reason. Like, Stratos is broken. Stratos was banned for like fucking 10 years. Stratos is way more broken than Gearframe. I think Gearframe is solid. It's an A tier. That's a pretty high ranking. Is not S tier, because the deck that you play Gearframe in isn't as good as any of the decks that you play Stratos in, except like obviously Hero Beat. But like, is that really a deck still? I'm joking about the Hero Beat thing. Like, I don't think Hero Beat's unplayable. If you like Hero Beat, please play Hero Beat if that brings you joy. If you like summoning vanilla monsters and getting them fucking bottomless and looking at the Gemini Spark that you don't have.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Hero Beat is unplayable. Never play that shit ever again in your life. He's in C tier. Look at him. Look at him.
Moving
Look
on.
where he is.
Moving on. Okay.
Let's talk about Stratos now, since we.
No. I'm not going to do Stratos yet. I'm going to save Stratos.
All right.
I want to do some of these, like, I got some wonky ones in here. Let's just start filling in like the C tier a little bit. So, Phantom of Chaos. Phantom of Chaos. Yeah, people of color. POC is his acronym. Phantom of Chaos is like, in theory, this card is broken. Like, in theory, this card is broken. In actuality, this card is like, The decks that play it, I don't know if they're solved yet. And that's the thing, like, about Phantom of Chaos. I don't think that we've seen the peak of Phantom of Chaos. Is most people just resort to Amaryllis, not Amaryllis, what's that thing called? Norlaris. Most people just resort to Norlaris. And so, and Norlaris is kind of ass now. Like, it just doesn't, you lose half the time. Half the time you actually get the Norlaris off, you probably lose more than half the time when you actually get it off, because the decks
think about all
are
the
that
decks
good.
that you put their entire hand in the graveyard, and think of how bad that is for you.
Think about how they top deck. Think about if you play against a Frog player and they get Treeborn in the graveyard at any point. Now all their top decks are terrifying. Substitute, Monarchs themselves, Junk Synchron, like Miracle Fusion if they're playing that build, Salvage or Pot of Avarice if they're playing those builds. Like, you do not want to be top decking against a Frog deck. You don't want to be top decking against Value either. I actually think that Value is a scary deck off the top, because so many of its cards are playable. So like, oh, you Nolaris me? Cool. I discarded a Sirocco. So now every Armageddonite is ridiculous. Like a Rhoda, and I'll play 3 Armageddonites because there's 2 Armageddons and 1 Rhoda. So any of the Armageddonites are just ridiculous off the top. It's like summon, send Value. All of a sudden you're losing. You're fucking losing now. But Phantom of Chaos, I think, has like potential at some point to be more ridiculous than it is right now. But right now, not only just results, but like in actuality, I don't see it doing anything. So I'm just gonna safely put it in C tier.
Yep.
Volcanic Rocket, ass. Look, what is it? Blaze Accelerator. Blaze Accelerator is not even a good card. Blaze Accelerator
sucks so bad.
Blaze Accelerator requires you to play multiple more bad cards in your deck. You have to play Volcanic Shell in your deck to play Blaze Accelerator to play Volcanic Rocket. This is a very deck costly package, and it's not even that good. You skip your battle phase. You skip your battle phase. What's up, Macro? You skip your battle phase to pop a card, which is super relevant. Like, skipping your battle phase should only be done for extreme circumstances like Soul Exchange. But skipping your battle phase for the sake of like playing Blaze Accelerator, Volcanic Rocket, and Shell in your deck, no, it's just not very good, unfortunately. Like, I wish it was better, but drawing Volcanic Shell, drawing multiple Volcanic Rockets, because you have to play 3 of it if you're going to play the card at all, it's just not, it doesn't actually hold up in modern Edison. Like, I wish it did. I actually love Volcanic Rocket as a design choice. Like, I love the way it's designed. It gets Blaze Accelerator from the graveyard. I think that's so cool. But like, every Volcanic Rocket you draw after the first one requires that your Blaze Accelerator is already in the graveyard to get value. So then they become aliases, but like worse than alias. And you know how we feel about alias. So yeah, Volcanic Rocket is pretty crap. Okay, this thing I think is actually a solid B tier. Winged Rhinos is not like broken or anything, but it's also not ass. Like, if you asked me before 2024, I would have been like, oh, it's ass, obviously. But there's a whole deck, there's an entire deck that is playable just because this card exists. And the deck ain't even bad. Like, it's not even a bad deck.
No, it's not. It has a good Blackwing matchup.
It does. It also just has a good matchup with people who don't know what they're doing against a deck like this. You blind Heavy Storm against this deck, thinking that you're about to get value because they set a bunch of background like chain. You actually went -1 on your, -1 on your Heavy Storm, and then you end up you lose the game now. Also, just by the way you lose the game.
When the day is done, you're like down 4 cards.
Because at the end of the day, the day gotta end. You don't have Heavy Storm anymore. You just lose. So Rhinos is really good. It makes Deep Prison and Bottomless, which are the 2 most played cards. Hold on, let me show y'all this. Is the stats? Let's look at Peak of the Beak Gate. Where do I go? Let me Peak of the Beak Gate. Let's get some stats. Bottomless and Deep Prison, the 2 most played cards in this tournament. Hold on, I'm gonna go to another tournament. I just want to prove this point. I'm gonna go to, let's see, what do we got? Where's a big one? EWCQ 3. Oh, look at that. What do you know? Bottomless and Deep Prison. The most played cards in the format are Bottomless and Deep Prison. So the fact that, like, where's he at? The fact that this guy blanks the 2 most played cards in the format, I think we don't talk about it enough, but there's value in that. There's value in blanking the 2 most played cards in the entire format. So yeah, he's not bad at all.
He's got good stats too. 18
is good. Beats over Greffer. I think beating over Greffer is so important in this format, but we'll get to that when we get to Greffer. Okay, this thing, like, I actually think this card is good. My problem with it is, like, I would put it like here. My problem with Koaki Mirror Guardian is that it's just played in a deck of rocks. And like
Return the Pebbles. Return the Pebbles.
The rock deck, I love the rock deck. I've done many videos on it, and like, I think it's such a cool deck that came out in Edison after 15 years of the format existing, or whatever, 14 years. It's just not good enough though. It's a better Doom Caliber Knight. Doom Caliber Knight, if you notice, is not even on this tier list because it's not worth tiering. It's actually not worth
next to gadgets.
It would be, if I had Doom Caliber Knight on this tier list, it would literally be in D tier. So, but Guardian is a better version of that. I think Guardian is a good card by itself, but the deck it's in is not good. Like, the deck it's in is not good is the problem. The same problem with Volcanic Rocket and Flamvell. The decks they're in, their effects are solid. Like, this card is literally the same as Shura technically, but like, it's in a much worse deck, and this isn't a much worse deck, and this isn't a much worse deck. So because of that, it's like, okay. Dimensional Alchemist. Dimensional Alchemist is a solid B tier. The decks that play it, which is really just like Pudding Fairy deck at this point, like, I think the only real deck that plays Dimensional Alchemist that I've seen in a while is Pudding's Fairy deck. And in that deck, this motherfucker is not real. I hate Dimensional Alchemist because it loops Christia. Christia is broken as hell. I think Christia and Dimensional Alchemist are a match made in heaven. His stats are great. 1300 to get under Bottomless, 1800 to crash into Stratos and other monsters that are like, you know, or beat over Greffer, which is, again, super important. Beat over Lila if it's just a Lila in attack mode or whatnot. Crash into Gearframe, so you guys both kind of, you go even there, right? Because like the Gearframe went +1 technically, and then the Dimensional Alchemist, you know, if you get a card back, then like you didn't go minus, so you guys just kind of even on cards there. D-Alch is nice. It's a deck dev card, so it's never going to be like as good as the broken deck devable cards. Like the top cards are deck devable too, but they win the game. They just win the game. Dimensional Alchemist, it misses sometimes, and you're just like, oh, it missed, so I'll lose. Like it fucking missed, bro.
Yeah.
I'll lose. It missed.
I think D-Alch, and I don't know where we really put it initially. I would even reckon, without even checking, that we probably put it up a little bit higher.
I don't think we put it in A tier.
Maybe higher B tier. But the main thing that I'll say about D-Alch is that I think it's definitely a product of its time, of old Edison, where I feel like this card had a perception that was a lot stronger, especially when like it was like fairies in a not DDV world with like triple like DD Warrior Lady, because like D-Alch, the DD Warrior Lady loop get back thing was legitimately a strong like strategy back in the day in like early Edison. Now D-Alch, its value is just so, if you're not getting back Christia, you're kind of not doing enough.
I mean,
it's just not good enough.
I'm pulling this up for reference. This is the original Edison normal summon tier list we did back in 2020. Yeah, 2023. There's the date, if you guys can see that. Let me make sure. I don't know if you can see it because of where my chair is at and where the chat is at. But anyway, this was the original tier list that we did, just for like context. I don't even know if D-Alch was on this one.
He's not even on this.
He's not even on it. So this is back in the day.
Yep.
So just for context, like this is the original one, and D-Alch, if I had to tier it, I think it's a solid B tier. I'm not too crazy about it. I think also solid like B tier. Debris Dragon, it's good. Don't get me wrong. Like Debris Dragon is a good card. It's just not like crazy. It might be like maybe bottom of A tier. I'll say bottom of A tier actually. I think Debris is like bottom of A tier worthy.
I think you have to give a bottom of A tier because in every other deck, it's just pretty solid. Like, you know, making Black Rose, making in Dragons, it's broken.
Yes, that's what when I think about Dragons, that's what makes me rate it higher.
Yeah, like Dragons, it's like it's not the same card at all in Dragons. It just it makes Brionic like a fucking breeze.
So in
Rage,
Rage,
Dreadned like a fucking breeze.
And Rage Peacock, if you're watching this right now, I do have a little announcement. And Rage Peacock just brought up Trishula, and he said if Trishula was in the format, Debris gets a lot better. And we are doing on February 22nd, I believe it is. We're doing a Edison tournament with a special rule. You guys know every couple of months I like to do these Edison tournaments with a rule, a special rule. This special rule is that you can play one copy of Trishula in your deck. Trishula Dragon of the Ice Barrier, the Synchro, the 9-star Synchro, the first Trishula. Because I know there's like a bunch of Trishulas now, but you can play one copy, so it's limited to one. Everything else is the same as Edison format, but Trishula is at one. That tournament is going to have a $200 prize pool to start. If we get any donations or anything like that, we'll add those to the prize pool. But that is going to happen on February 22nd. If you want to play in that, you need to join our Discord server. And there's a link to our Discord server. Well, I should say there's a link to our Patreon to get to our Discord server, because you can't get into our Discord without going through our Patreon. We have like 3 different tiers that get you into our Discord server. So if you want to play in this tournament, that's how you go through with playing in it. But it's Trishula is in Edison format at 1. February 22nd, we'll be doing that tournament. Debris Dragon, I do expect to see play because it is broken as fuck to have 3 Debris Dragons and Trishula in the same format. In Tengu format, they have 1 Debris Dragon because Trishula is ridiculous. So, anyway, yeah, I think it's a solid A tier, like Stango said, because Dragon Turbo.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. Okay, Sangan. Sangan is definitely like giving C vibes. It's crazy. When I first came in Edison, Sangan was played in like a lot of decks. It has the same problem as like a lot of these recruiters, but it's a little bit more proactive because you contributed and stuff like that. But it just wasting your normal summon on a Sangan doesn't feel good anymore. It used to. It doesn't feel good anymore.
I think the biggest problem with Sangan is that the decks that need to play it, they really need to see that card. So like you kind of take that loss of like that wasted normal summon. But like I remember once upon a time, like with a lot of different decks, like Diva Hero.
Yes.
Even like early Frog decks.
Yep.
They played Sangan.
Dream
They
Frogs
just
played it
realized
for a while. I think James, when he first played Dream Frogs, he had Sangan in his deck because he like tributed for a substitute if they didn't touch it. Search out Dandelion or Fishborg or whatever.
They just realized they're just like, I can move on from this. I don't need the Sangan.
Yeah, it's too slow. It's just too slow.
I can fit something so much faster and more broken. But some decks actually absolutely need to play Sangan. But in the meta of like what dominates Edison format, Sangan pretty much doesn't see any top tier play even a little bit.
Yeah, I think like solidly up here. The only reason Zombies is playable is because of this card, Goblin Zombie. This card is terrifying because if you don't touch it, so like if you don't touch a Sangan, you're fine. If you don't touch this motherfucker though, you lose. Like if this just sits on the field and they get a turn to summon a Deep Sea Diva or a Krebons or a Plague Spreader Zombie or Tributor for Caius, you just start losing the game and like drastically losing the game too, just because this card did not get touched. So while this card, like, yes, it is in the same vein as like a Sangan or kind of like a Recruiter, it
makes an entire deck.
It makes an entire deck, but more importantly, it creates an inevitability situation where you do need to do something because you can't. Zombies is not a deck that you can say I'm not going to do anything. Like you can't. Okay, if they have a Shining Angel, I don't give a fuck. I don't have to play the game if you put a Shining Angel on the field. Like nothing about a Shining Angel says I need to play the game. Honestly, nothing about a Sangan really says I need to play the game either. But a Goblin Zombie literally terrifies people. Terrifies people so much that like attacking a face down Pyramid Turtle is a death sentence in this format, and people are scared of attacking when they know you're playing zombies. If you have a face down, they're like, fuck. If it's Pyramid Turtle and it gets a Goblin Zombie, I might literally lose the game.
Yeah, it's like an inverse situation where it's like you don't want to attack Hamster to like pretty much enable the engine, and you want to attack the face down against zombies because you're like, well, if I don't attack, you just get a free 4 on the field to like go Diva, go Caius, like it's ridiculous.
Grand Mole, probably top of like C tier. This card, I think it was really only played in Hero Beat side decks from what I remember. Sometimes I think like early days people would side it in value for other decks, but like
can I be real?
Go ahead, be real. This is the time to be real.
This card sucks.
Yeah, it kind of does. It's in C tier.
It's terrible.
I don't know why I put it here. It's not at the top of C tier. But again, these aren't really ordered, so don't pay too much attention to where they're at. But like
ordering all these is asking too much. But like to really put it, like this card is terrible. Like the absolute best thing that this card can do is trade favorably into a 0.
Yep, that is the
best use of this card. Period.
But
because go ahead.
I was gonna say, but the problem with that is the only deck that plays absolute 0 now really is Hero Frogs, and like Hero Frogs. If you're spending your turn summoning a Grand Mole, I think you're already losing the game. If you can even attack, you might not be able to attack the fucking absolute 0 if you're playing against Hero Frogs. Also, Diva Hero is not really a deck that's played that much anymore. There's only like one representative for the deck right now, and that's Oscar. So even the deck's main advocate, which is a true hero, he doesn't even play Diva Hero anymore. Like he gave up on the deck. He plays fucking Blackwings and Value like everybody else. So it's like that. The Grand Mole used to be good when Diva Hero was way more prevalent, when zombies were way more prevalent. Now that those decks are not as prevalent, Grand Mole just fell to the wayside. Also, again, I gotta bring it up again, but DDV. So, okay.
Yeah, horrible.
Rescue Cat, A tier, like,
broken.
I don't know where in A tier. I don't really care where. I think it's probably better than like Gale and Shura.
I think it's worse than a Floodgate. Like that's kind of where I would put it. Like honestly,
it's like, an A tier summon. Like it's definitely a summon that you're kind of like, oh fuck, he has his cat. Summon cat good. Summon cat good. Summon cat good. But summon cat is cat good. I don't know.
By the way, we were watching DB earlier, and somebody literally has the name on DB called Summon cat good. So shout outs to you if you're listening.
Yeah, Cat. I think Cat's actual problem though is that in Edison format, it's only played in GBs and like Cat synchro decks or whatever. It's also played in X-Sabers. Now, I wasn't going to put any respect on X-Saber's name, but if you noticed, I did add some X-Sabers here to rate. Cat is like Catastrophic and X-Sabers is actually broken as fuck in that deck. In GBs, it's pretty solid, but then depending on what they drew, it could be awful. Like if they drew the Sam Knight or whatever, then it's like, oh, it's bad. So Cat is good. It's just not like, it's not S tier. It's not better than a lot of the A tier cards. I don't really know where to place it. Like it probably is somewhere like here or something. Like, I don't know. It's in here somewhere. I think Diva's also broken. Like Diva's an A tier for sure. Like Diva's just a broken card. The only problem with Diva, really, the only real problem is that you have to play cards like Spy and Gilman and Mermaid Archer. But Diva is broken, like flat out. It is the first tour guide. It's the first tour guide because you don't pay a cost for it. You just summon it and tour guide, right? It is a broken card. It's just that like Diva Hero Beat as a deck isn't that good anymore. And Diva Hero, while still topping events, because it just got top 8 at YCS Anaheim, which was like over 300 players, and the guy who played it is known to top events with Diva Hero. It also just got top 8 at Edison Worlds on Format Library. So like Diva is still like a broken ass card. I don't think that that's going to change. I think that the concept of just summoning a monster that gets another monster is just a broken concept. But yes, Diva's solid A tier. Okay, Summoner Monk. I mean, I don't really like this card. I'm going to put it at the bottom of B tier. I don't think Summoner Monk is that great. I'm going to be honest. I don't.
Its best usage case is really just the summon cat.
Yes, that is what people do with it. And even that is, in Edison right now, that's not that powerful anymore. Like it used to be, but it's just not that powerful anymore. So I'm going to put it at the bottom of B.
Yeah.
Junk Synchron is also like solid B tier. I don't think it's like a crazy something. In Frogs, maybe it's like at the bottom of A. Because like the only deck that plays it usually is like Frog decks play it, and it is broken in Frogs.
When it comes to Junk Synchron, it's a very similar like Debris Dragon situation where
Right.
like, except it's even a little different because like Junk Synchron's really unplayable in literally any other deck.
Yeah, I think that
Frogs.
because it's played in Frogs, it is broken, and the way Debris Dragon is broken because it's played in Dragons is the way Junk Synchron is broken. It's played in one of the best decks. Junk Synchron is main decked in one of the best decks in the format, like hands down. So
Yeah.
I'll put it at the bottom of A tier. It's not like a god card or anything, but it does
It's not
like
crazy.
It's searchable with Rhoda. It gets under bottomless. It does little tricks with like Swap Frog and stuff like that. It does broken openings with 1-for-1. If you discard any monster that it can bring back, you can go 1-for-1 discard, like let's say Substitute, summon Substitute to the field, normal summon Junk Synchron, bring back the Substitute that has this effect negated, Substitute effect, tribute the negated one, summon Swap Frog, send, bounce the Junk Synchron to my hand, continue with my Substitute combo. So Junk Synchron enables some bullshit. It's good. It also enables those Junk Warrior OTKs where you go like special swap, summon Junk Synchron, bring back Dupe Frog, Synchro, make Junk Warrior. Junk Warrior is 4,300. And there's 2 Swap Frogs on the field. So that's 6,300 damage on the field just because of that. So it's broken. It's broken. It's just not like, it's not like high
Searchable
broken.
out the dyna.
Technically, yes. Searchable out the dyna.
Yep, searchable out the dyna.
Morphing Jar, solid B tier. Like, it's not like a crazy OD card, but it's good. Morphing Jar is good. Don't get me wrong. Like it's, I think B tier is like where things are still like good cards. They're just situationally good.
I think for this one right here, like this is probably the only card out of the entire tier list that has like the most variability in how strong it is because it's a extremely sacky card.
Yes.
Like it can be super S plus tier. Like it could hit everything out of your opponent's hand and you could draw the nuts. Or the inverse can happen and like you don't draw anything and they're like, oh, you gave me Mally, you gave me Treeborn, you gave me Pieces, you gave me Gardna, like thanks. Like yeah, it's very fickle if it's gonna be broken or not.
Yeah.
But it's good.
I think Spy is also solid B tier, like somewhere up here. We just recently saw this card also top 8 2 tournaments, Anaheim and Worlds, because 2 Diva Hero decks topped like back to back, basically Anaheim and Edison Worlds, and they were both playing Spy. Like they were both playing Diva Hero with Spy. I'm pretty sure. Like I'm like 99% sure. Actually, I could just check. Right, I have a database. Diva Hero. Oh, whoops. Yeah, ShamWow got top 8 at Edison Worlds. Diva was played in this deck. Diva was played in the top 8. I think Spy's fine. Like, I think Spy is a fine card. I don't think it's like bad by any means. I think that it is obviously worse than Hamster, but it's similar in that it gets Descendant, but it doesn't have that mill, which the mill can be everything. Like, the mill is the reason why Vayu is one of the top 2 decks in the format. It's about the mill. The mill is what makes things unhinged. The mill is where things can go wrong, where you're winning a game and all of a sudden the mill is what made you lose the game. So that's what separates this.
Yeah, it's like the main thing, because Diva Hero actually doesn't usually like the mill. There's too many spells that Diva Hero plays that it doesn't want to mill, so it gives it the same kind of like play pattern of like having a big butt, summon a thing, pop a thing, and then like do a synchro or make a monarch. But it doesn't sacrifice, randomly milling, good cards.
Yeah, no, it's definitely it's solid. It's just it's nothing crazy.
Nothing right home about.
Yeah, I want to put this B tier the same way that like Krebons is annoying. This thing is annoying, but then it also has this weird effect where like if it catches a treeborn frog or whatever, it can be very, very problematic. And I think that is like strong. It can make me not bring back my treeborn frog if I don't have conversion, which is really good. X-Sabers are like, so today, full disclosure, me and Stango were having a conversation this morning, and he was telling me how he's been playing X-Sabers against random people on DB, and he said, yo, I actually think the deck is way more solid than I gave it credit for, and that most people give it credit for. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah, I've been playing it. He's been playing it against Cairo as well, and like surprisingly winning sets and games with X-Sabers. So X-Sabers is better than everyone thought, really, except the people who swore by X-Sabers, right? They're the only people who believed in it from the beginning. But Full Helm Knight is part of the reason why the deck is decent, because it can like stall for the turn to get the second X-Saber on the field and summon Fall Troll. I think the second effect where it beats over something in defense, like Amaryllis is relevant. Treeborn is relevant. A Raikou that might just be sitting there because sometimes they don't have conversion for Raikou, so it's just like on the field. That can happen. It's a good card. It's a 2 and 3 stars. Earth, it gets under bottomless, decent damage. It's a good card. Like, it's a solid B tier.
Yeah. It gets under Fissure and Macro as well. It doesn't need to send a Grave. It special summons regardless if it beats it at any point.
I don't know what you were saying at first, but I agree.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, let's be so fucking for real right now. Here's all I have to say. Here's all I have to say.
Has your opponent ever summoned a Greffer? Turn 1, milled some shit, passed, and it wasn't immediately an emergency to get it off the field instantly. Like, the red sirens, the alarm bells, they are ringing when Greffer is on the field. It needs to leave expeditiously. It cannot stay for a second turn.
Greffer is one of the most ridiculous normal summons, and it also has this random thing where it can be special summon, like Gale. It's one of the most ridiculous normal summons in the format, and it's not up for debate. It's not. You should not have access to your entire deck when you summon a normal summon guy like this that's searchable with Rhoda, and you could play 3 copies of it if you want it. You have access. The decks that play it pick up their deck and they say, huh, what situation am I in right now? Here's a Kais with no back row. I think I'll make a Goyo Guardian. Oh, he's playing an annoying deck like GB's. I think I'll just have a Necro Gardener in case my D Prison gets MST'd or something. Oh, he's open right now. I think I'll do 4,000 damage. like, oh, I have a Dark Arm in my hand. I need it live right now. I'm gonna summon it on the pitch.
Oh, I have Burial in my hand. I can go for game right now.
Like, oh, he's at 8,000. No, he's not. Special Greffer. You're dead. Like, Greffer, we gotta be honest, because I know it doesn't, like, when you look at Greffer, you don't think, when you look at it, like, oh, that's one of the best normal summons in the format. But, like, if you really think about Edison now, think about 2025 Edison, think about everything that we've seen now, this card wasn't even in the top 16, I don't think, of SJC Edison. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna fact check myself right now. Hold on. Did anybody play this? Did anyone play? Oh, I guess I can't like see the list here.
No, we could find it very easily, I'm sure.
There's a website that has a list of. Yeah, well, yeah, we're doing this. I guess this does work, right? Still
Yeah,
no.
we're getting through it fast.
Let's see.
Previous. Yep. Keep going.
Still no.
Still no.
God, no.
Still no. Still no. Still no. Definitely no. Oh, best potential. Nope. Still no. Nope. Keep going. Nope. Keep going. Nope. Definitely not. Oh, hell no.
Look at this handsome
Why
man.
would we scroll back up?
That is a handsome man right there. Anyway.
Oh God. Do we have a chance? No, we don't. Keep going.
Okay,
No,
these decks didn't even top. These are something called SJC notable. So to be clear,
Yep.
to get back to the point, Greffer wasn't even played in 2010. Like, fact. We just verified. It wasn't even fucking played in 2010. Greffer is one of the most unhinged cards ever made. Like, that is 2018. Do you guys remember in 2018 when a deck called Goki, if you even know what I'm, some of you guys have no idea what I'm talking. I'm speaking a different language right now. There's a deck called Goki in 2018, and like Greffer and Armageddonite and like the Dark Pendulum and shit like that. I remember Armageddonite was like an OT, like an FTK or something. Like if you summoned an Armageddonite, they lost the game because you summoned an Armageddonite. They like lost the entire game because you went summon Armageddonite or summon Greffer. Like summoning Greffer, Malicious was at 3 at one point. Is it limited in Modern? Yeah.
You know, Greffer has been limited to 1 since 2019.
Holy
It
shit.
has not changed since 2019. It's almost been limited to 1 for, yeah, pretty much 4 years.
2019, that's 6 years ago now almost.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm being slow. 6 years.
Has Armageddonite been touched? Can you check that for me, Stango?
Yes, let's see.
Because I also would argue that this motherfucker, he's up here as well. Like he's like, he's not as broken as Greffer. Greffer is like outrageous.
So Armageddonite was at 1 from 2018 to 2024, went to 2 in April, and now today, in September of 24, it is at 3.
Okay, so they just unrestricted it after they like touched everything else that made it broken. Anyway, so these two guys, Armageddonite and Greffer, are two of the best normal summons in the format. This is like so obvious to anyone who's played Edison for like 2 days. You've gotten beaten by Value Turbo probably enough to where you realize, damn, these cards are like really strong. How come you keep picking up your deck? How come you keep searching what you need for the exact situation? How come you keep doing half my life points in one battle phase on turn 1? Like, crazy cards right here. These are crazy, crazy, crazy cards right here. Okay, so Reaper, I'll put Reaper at the bottom of B.
Stop.
You think maybe C?
It's 100% C.
Okay.
The problem with Reaper is that there are so many things going against it. Not only is it so idealistic to get a direct attack on this, you only really get a direct attack on like the most passive of decks, which is generally frogs on their first couple of turns.
Yeah.
You're running into deep prisons against pretty much every deck. You're not beating over any other monster in pretty much any other deck. It also has a fucking pitiful amount of defense, so it just gets pierced on by Bora and Armed Wing and just dies the Gale. It dies to anything that targets it whatsoever. Spear Reaper is like at best a wall against only some decks.
Yes.
It gets Kaiast, it gets Raikou, like it never gets to stay. It's not here for a long time. It's here for a good time, but not a long time. And usually it never gets to have its good time. I think Reaper is just too idealistic a card. I think a slower Edison format.
It used to be played in Value way back in the day. They all cut it. They all found the light that is Necrogardna, and they have since stopped playing Reaper. I don't think anyone still plays Reaper in their Value decks anymore. If they are, they want attention. It used to be solid. I think that you just don't have the space for it unless you're like willing to cut other key cards. So Reaper is really only played in Zombies. Zombies is already a deck that's pretty underrepresented and pretty like Zombies is still tier 1.5 in my eyes. It's still like up there, but is obviously not tier 1. Reaper's played in that deck, but I don't think Reaper's played in that deck because like, oh, Reaper's so broken. I think it's played because it's a searchable Goblin Zombie card. And it's like that, you know, it's good to have. But yeah, Reaper fell out of grace when Edison just changed over to being a more like proactive format. Like, look at the cards that are in S tier. Look at the cards that are in A tier. Reaper does not stand amongst them at all. I think Reaper could be at like the bottom of B tier. But that's really as far as I'm willing to go with that. Real quick, I'm doing a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament after this stream. Single elimination. The winner gets $20. And a bunch of people already signed up. I'm going to start it in like a second or whatever. And then after we're done this tier list, I'll just switch over to watching that tournament as like a second part of this live stream. But just kind of full disclosure. So we will be having an Edison tournament. I call it Edison Quick Slurp. Winner gets $20. It's single elimination. So it's just like a quick little $20, you know, it's free for the people in my Discord server. They can all enter it. I don't care. It's free. And it's $20 to the winner. Quick Slurp. The Edison Quick Slurp. Anyway, so we only have a couple more guys to tier. Sirocco, B tier, like nothing crazy. Like Sirocco is crazy, but it's not as crazy as the crazy cards are. I think where Sirocco is like absolutely unhinged is the double pump shit, but that specifically requires Return from Different Dimension or Brain Control. And while that's very good, you know, I'll put it at the bottom of A. I'll put it at the bottom of A. But like it's not like crazy, because here's the problem I have with Sirocco. You can't summon it turn 1. So like if you draw it in your opening hand, unless you have a Greffer or something that you're converting it with turn 1, it doesn't really like do anything in your opening hand. Frogs can play really annoyingly around you having Sirocco in your hand, especially in the first couple turns when you want to deck devy them and they just like swap frog, like send Treeborn, attack you or whatever. And now like all of a sudden they have Treeborn in the graveyard, so deck devy is already worse. Then up next turn they go summon Substitute as a follow-up and they go dead my deck out, then deck devy gets even worse. You're still staring at this same Sirocco that you haven't been able to put on the field yet. So like that's one of my problems, because Frogs is one of the most relevant matchups. It's one of the other opposing decks to value in Blackwings. But Sirocco, make no mistake, is a broken fucking card. It is pump Bora to make it 3,700, Pierce. It's double pump for OTKs and value turbo a lot of the times. It's a 5-star monster that you can normal summon with 2,000 attack. Doesn't really require a tribute, which is why it's on this list at all. You can set it. You can fucking set it, and then set Deck Devastation Virus, and people don't even know that you did that, because how could you know? But yeah, it's very, 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 very good. It just isn't as good as like, look at S tier.
It doesn't shine as brightly as pretty much everything else, which either Floodgates is a deck engine facilitator by itself or special summons. It does have the, you know, ignorant OTK stuff, and you know it is a DDV target, but generally if like the best use case is that like it ends up being like a beater, it's like that's pretty low on like the amount of value that it brings.
Zombie Master I think is B tier. Like, hold on, let me. All right, Morphing Jar. You actually can just like go down here. Anyway, Zombie Master. I'll move this like higher. I'll probably put it like somewhere around here. I don't really know, to be honest. Like Zombie, I know it's B tier. I just don't know where. I don't really care where, to be honest with you guys. Zombie Master is solid B tier. Like it's good enough in zombies, and you do play it. The problem is, for whatever reason, it's different than Lumina, who's down here. Lumina, we're going to put her in A. It's different than Lumina because if you like priority discard a card with Zombie Master and they go chain anything like Bottomless or Book of Moon or Torrential, he doesn't summon anything back. And that's really, really bad. It makes it where you really don't want to use priority with this guy unless you specifically have a card that you need to get in the graveyard like Mizuki or Plague or something like that. But other than that, priority with this guy is a mistake. It's dangerous if they have a back row. Lumina, no matter what happens, she always summons the monster back, which is broken. She also gets under Bottomless Trap Hole innately. She is a Lightsworn name. She's a unique Lightsworn name always because she's limited to 1 in the format. She's light, so she can be honest. She brings back a Lila. She brings back a Roth. Lumina Garoth is obnoxious. She puts a Lightsworn name in the graveyard for JD. Bring back a name that you have multiple copies of. Insane. So, like, yeah, this absolutely ridiculous card.
Yep. Yeah, she's broken.
Yeah, I think X-Saber Arabellum, like C tier. I don't really care where in C. Like, I'll just put it somewhere like here-ish. Arabellum is nice, like in terms of if he gets his effect off, discarding a card out of your opponent's hand, he has to direct attack to do it. But other than that, like, I don't really want to look at my opening hand and see an Arabellum when people are playing things like Stratos and Greffer, and it can't beat those two commonly played normal summons. Like I really don't. I don't.
You never want to attack a face down with it too. What is it gonna do?
Right. Like I'm just not a fan of that at all. So yeah, I will pass on like Arabellum being really high or anything. I think it's like a solid C. You know, there we are. This guy, Swap Frog, top of A tier, not up for debate. Swap Frog is first of all, Swap Frog won a YCS in 2022. Let's just start there. Swap Frog is a card from the future, just like Substitute. It is broken. It has 4 effects. I think that all of them are absolutely unhinged. Bouncing a monster for cost is crazy. Special summoning itself, because a lot of the best cards, Gale, Greffer, Swap Frog, they just randomly can special summon this card.
I'm actually very surprised that you don't think it's S tier, but low.
It could be up here. I mean, the more I'm talking about it, like if you're listening to me cook right now, it could actually just be higher than like.
I don't see what argument is really against it. I mean, like Treeborn Access, 1 card by itself.
You know what? You're right, because it got better. Because there's yet another frog deck in the format.
Yeah, and like
it
we
got
can even
better.
go back to the OG stuff of like bouncing Monarch, bouncing Kaya specifically is broken. Like bouncing most monsters,
bouncing Stratos,
like
bouncing Kaias.
Stratos.
Bro, you know,
Like,
one time, so I found out this play after I forgot. I didn't know the play, and then I lost
Oh, I
because
know
of
what you're
it.
talking about. Yep.
I lost because of this at Nationals. I didn't even know the play. My opponent had a Fossil Dyna on the field, and I had a Miracle Fusion in my hand, and I drew Swap Frog, and I had Brain Control, and I thought that like, oh, I kind of just lose. And then I realized that I could go summon Swap Frog, Brain Control, Fossil Dyna, bounce his Fossil Dyna back to his hand with Swap Frog's effect, play Miracle Fusion, attack for game. That is not okay. Swap Frog is ridiculous. It got better because Fishborg Frogs exists, and it's yet another deck. So like, it just got so much better. So yeah, I agree.
You were trying to undervalue it because you're like, I can't have all the frog monsters up there, but it's just the truth.
It's just the truth. It's just the
Swap Frog's just too good.
Salvage, Pot of Avarice, bouncing things, sending things, getting Treeborn set up. It makes 4 different frog decks playable that are good. There's like another 10 frog decks that are also decent. Like Swap Frog's broken. Swap Frog's broken. How do you feel about Blizzard? Blizzard's broken, right? We still think that Blizzard's broken, right? He has to be up here.
Yeah.
He has to.
Yeah.
Be. He's the best out of the Junk Synchron, the Breed Dragon. He's the king of them. Like he's the king of that.
All the get a guy out of your grave guys are this is the king of it. And the reason why you would think in some cases you would think just because it's 1 card Bionic, it's 1 card Goyo. You know what it actually is? For some reason it just doesn't do anything to the monsters that you bring back. It's like, oh yeah, the guys are good. Like, you can flip them to attack and you can attack with them next turn. You can also just have with Gale. So it's like, you could just Modero with your Gale. You could be like, you got rid of the 1 Gale? How about another?
Yeah.
Kill your other 2500 monster off of a normal summon. Like, not only, like, we already know what the obvious, like, it's a 1-star 6. It's a 1 card 6-star synchro, right?
Yep. Or
But,
5-star.
like,
It could be Catastor or Android as well.
Yeah, but the fact that it literally does nothing to the monsters that you make with it.
Yeah, it doesn't negate them or anything. It doesn't put restrictions on them. I know what you're saying, because like the Breed Dragon says, negate the effect, and it has to be 500 or lower.
SP, negate the effect, 500 or lower. You can't synchro summon with another 4 with this guy,
Right.
and you can only make dragons.
Right.
Like, that's 4 restrictions on 1 card.
Yeah, it's quite
That's
a lot. Junk Synchron says very similar things, negate the effect and all that. Somebody said it has to be an attack position. That's correct. The Breed Dragon has to summon an attack position. Blizzard can only do defense, but like that's actually for Blackwings, I would say it's technically a bad thing, but like whatever, Blackwings just synchro with the shit anyway as soon as they summon it a lot of the time, so it doesn't really matter for Blackwings. Okay, yeah, Blizzard, solid S tier, like not up for debate. I don't know where to put her. I think like she's the best of B tier. Like chat, what do y'all think? Do you think that? I think Lila's the best of B tier.
I think she would only be the best of B tier because she just is JD. Like she's just in a JD deck.
But even now though, like people are playing it in Vayu. It's played sometimes in Machina Control. It's played.
No. That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah.
her best thing is that like she's in a deck that like clears the way for JD, mills for names, and then she just gets abused in every other deck where it's just like, I need another MST to land my boss monster. Like, she is just that good. She's a bottomless trap hole leader.
Yep.
And she also just takes out other ridiculous cards as well. Yeah, I mean, she's great. Lila is one of the best splashable cards if you're playing Raikou. If you're playing Raikou, you can probably, like, over half of the time also play Lila in your deck with charge.
Yes. And I like a true hero just top Anaheim with Lila as his, instead of playing like triple Raikou, he played, I think, double Raikou and one copy of charge, or one copy of Lila with like charge and stuff like that. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, I'm not mad at it. I think that she's broken because if she stays on the field, she ends up milling 6. And her only downside is that Bottomless Trap Hole is the most played card in the format next to D Prison. And so, like, a lot of times she ends up getting Bottomless. She draws Bottomless in. Like, she inhales that shit. But other than that...
It's funny, you say her biggest weakness, but it's also her biggest strength as well. Because it's like, if you have more special summon plays after that, like, that's what you want. It's like, oh, you Bottomless that? Perfect. Arm Wing attack.
Yeah.
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 It's strong.
And then, where do you guys think I'm going to put Stratos? And I want y'all to be so serious right now. Where do y'all to end this part of, because we're going to do a tournament. We're doing a tournament right after this, but to end this part of the live stream, where do you think I'm going to put Stratos? Like, and I want y'all to be so fucking serious. I'm reading the chat right now. I'm reading the chat, and so far the vibes that the chat is giving me, the vibes that I'm getting from the chat are correct. Stratos is S tier. Where in S tier? I don't really know. Here's the thing. I think it's like here. I don't think it's like, it's definitely not better than Greffer. We cannot cap.
Not better than Greffer.
It's not better than Lonefire either. Lonefire is fucking crazy now. Lonefire is crazy now. If you know the war crimes that Lonefire commits now, you will understand why I have Lonefire so high. Some of you might be like, why is Lonefire so high? I promise you, Lonefire is committing war crimes. Lonefire is secretly, it's the Hitler of Yu-Gi-Oh right now. It's secretly building up strength and committing actual crimes. But on the topic of Stratos, Stratos is solid S tier, 1800 searchable warrior that searches, that pops back row, is a crazy card. Enables Miracle Fusion, crazy card. Beats over Greffer, which I said I would talk about this a little bit. Miguel, thank you for the sub. Beating over Greffer is actually a criteria to having a good deck in this format. And I realized this when I was playing with Jeff Jones' deck, and I could not beat over Greffer. I could not reliably, like, if my opponent summons Greffer, his deck reliably could not. Now, granted, it wasn't played in 2010. Like, people just didn't play Greffer in 2010. But, like, it reliably could not beat over Greffer, which means that Greffer's going to resolve every single turn. And a Greffer that lives is usually GG. You have to be very careful when you're playing against Value Turbo to not leave a Greffer on the field. It's like when I'm playing against Value, I make sure that I kill their Greffer because that card is problematic as fuck. It is the second best normal summon in the format right now to me. It might be like third, but either way, being top 3 is enough to make me like hone in on Greffer. Like, Greffer is a problem. So Stratos beating over it. Stratos beating over Armageddonite, Fossil Dyna, Card Trooper, crashing with Gearframe so that they both just go like net 0, like nothing happens. You went +1, I went +1. Crashing with Shura, I do this all the time. The summon attack into Shura, like if you collude, it's fine. Like, sure, you get your +1 or whatever. If you have collude, but like, it's not the end of the world because Stratos already replaced itself in my hand. Beats over Gale, which comes up when they half my Monarch, I go summon Stratos, attack over your Gale now. So we're just playing this little annoying ass game. I was gonna say something else. Yeah, Stratos is just like solid. It beats over Lumina, beats over Lila. Yeah, just it's very, very good. It also searches like a myriad of cards. Like the problem with Gearframe is that Gearframe essentially searches one thing, which is Machina Force / Fortress. They're like the same card though. Whereas Stratos searches Malicious, Alias, Plasma, Doom Lord, Diamond Dude. I don't know if Prodigy, Edge, Alias,
Ocean.
if I didn't say that. Ocean is a big one. He just searches like too many things. There's other things that he searches that I'm not even thinking of, but he searches too many things. He also pops back row. So the fact that he pops back row randomly when like frogs have a weakness to like things like Mask and Restrict technically is ridiculous. Like, oh, you have Mask and Restrict on the field? Solid. Special Prodigy. Summon Stratos. Pop. Normal summon Alias, one turn. Next turn, summon Stratos. Pop. Like it. These are things that I've done. Like I'm speaking of like actual experience of what I've done with my Hero Frog deck. Is like
I've seen people flip Restrict on me when I'm playing Hero Frogs and thinking that's enough to stop me.
yeah, and you're like, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. So okay, I'm gonna start the tournament now because somebody said Murray said, where is Lokari, bitch? Murray is threatening me right now. So right here, if you guys hold on, let me move this further out. Murray, I'm exposing you. Murray is threatening me. Where is Lokari, bitch? I'm watching that tier list video. I'm sorry. Please don't yell at me. I'm just a boy. / duelist. Whoops. / duelist. Glad Beasts are all C tier. They require your opponent to actually like play with you. You need a battle phase, which they're all basically they're normal monsters in your hand and like even on the field. So they're all C tier. They're all, and we're talking about normal. This is a normal summon tier list. So they're all C tier. I don't know how else to tell it. They're all C tier. All of them.
Well, I'll tell you right now. You know that little guy that summons the, the 2 GBs out of your deck?
Sexiator?
You know, that guy's worse than Gadgets. Because he doesn't do anything when you summon him.
Yeah.
So... And,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have 11 people in this tournament. Single elimination. I'm their $20 quick slurp. So we're going to watch this now. The winner gets $20. It's free to play. This $20 is coming out of the I'm their piggy bank. Thank you guys so much for your support. This is the final tier list. So take it all in. This is the final tier list for normal summons as seen through my eyes, me and Stango, but obviously it's like seen through my eyes. Sound off if you're watching this, because this is going to be a YouTube video as well. I'm going to drop this as a YouTube video for people to go back and watch it as separate content. But here we are. So let me know what you guys think when you get to this point or whatever, you get to the end. I know some people like to go to the end of tier list videos and just see the final result, and then they might go back and watch it or whatever, but they just kind of want to see the final result. But yeah, this is it. This is the normal summon tier list. I'm going to switch over now to Dueling Book. So I'm going to put on my Be Right Back, and I will be right back. okay. This actually looks good.
There we are.
I just have to take off the... Where's that? Where's the... Is this... No, that's not it. Oh. Okay. So, I guess I'll change this message to say... All right.
I think your bottom banner needs to change as well.
You're right. Thank you for catching that.
Yep.
I'm so fucking hungry. I just put some pizza in the toaster oven.
I'm hungry too.
Huh?
I said I'm hungry too.
I've never tried the air fry pizza yet. Is that like a real thing?
Yeah, I think so. It's probably a good way to heat it up. I mean, pizza in the microwave is a thing of the past.
I would never put pizza. I've never done that since I was like a child. Like pizza in the microwave sounds nasty.
Yeah, it's not great.
Okay, it can't be the same as the toast oven. Like it literally, they are two different devices. Like it literally can't be.
I mean, it could be. You might have got scammed.
It can't be the same though. Saying it's the same is like unhinged.
I mean, you might have got scammed.
Now I might have got scammed.
Okay.
I haven't used my air fryer in like a year and a half.
I use my air fryer almost every day.
What do you make?
Literally just freezer stuff, and then when the wife is cooking, she makes steak in it. She makes potatoes.
I used to make chicken wings, French fries.
Oh, Yep, French fries. French fries are godly. Like,
Yeah, they're so good in the air fryer.
I feel like air fryers just did not exist, and like, if you ever had French fries at home, it was in the microwave. It was the worst thing ever on planet Earth.
Well, I'm black, so I don't have that experience, but go on.
What do you mean?
We don't make fucking French fries in the microwave.
Where would you make them?
In the oven. Or on top of we fry them or something. Deep fry them. Like a deep fryer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's too much work.
Yeah, never ever in a I've never had French fries in the microwave in a black household.
Yo, that shit is pitiful.
I believe you. I believe you. You don't have to do much convincing of me. You know me, I'm a very simple person.
Steak in the air fryer? Yeah, steak in the air fryer works pretty well. It's not the cleanest cook of a steak. Now, keep in mind, it's like hibachi, like cut
Right,
steak.
right.
Like cube steak.
Yeah,
almost.
like skirt steak and shit like that.
Yeah.
You're not talking
it's
about making
not
a ribeye. You're not making a ribeye or a New York. You're not making a New York strip.
I would do that on my cast iron.
Right, I have a cast iron as well. I learned how to make steak in 2023 on a cast iron, and it's so good. Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh man, mushy ass fries from the microwave. Yeah, microwave fries sounds so gross.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not good. Wait, that
Cooking
mills for cost.
stream when. Oh, he milled trading, right?
Yeah, but he thumbs up the activation. Mills for cost. Right? Am I crazy?
No, it says send the top card of your deck to the graveyard, and it has a semicolon, which means it's a cost.
Yeah.
So when you play that card, it immediately mills 1, and there's nothing your opponent can do about that part.
Yeah.
What's your go-to seasoning for a steak? I just use salt.
Yeah, you really only need salt. Everything else is
And then
kind
like
of...
garlic, parsley if I have parsley available, but usually not. But like garlic, salt, and that's really it. Maybe some pepper, like if I'm feeling spicy that day. But for a steak, I don't really season it too much, unless I'm like marinating it or something.
Yeah, somebody just added us into the Discord. So yeah, that's like usually what the steak looks at out of the air fryer. Definitely a little bit more cooked. That one end is definitely a little bit more rare, the medium rare. The only thing that you really won't get with an air fryer steak is a good sear. You're usually gonna get like kind of a darkish grayish, like kind of bark on the steak.
Yeah, I like my steak medium rare. Sometimes medium, depending on how I feel.
That very right end piece is definitely rare.
Yes. Yeah.
That shit is rare.
Yeah, I don't really cook. So I Uber Eats almost every day. I gave up on cooking. I figured that I'm at the point in my life where I don't really know how to cook. I know how to cook a few things, but I don't really know how to cook. Like, I'm not a cook. And so I just outsource it. I just pay someone to cook for me. That's why I Uber Eats pretty much every single day. Like, if you look at my Uber Eats, I spend probably $1,000 a month on Uber Eats. I'm not even exaggerating, because Uber Eats is expensive as fuck. It's like $30 a meal, and I usually do it like twice. So if you think about, if you just do the math and you're like, all right, $60, 30 days in a month, he has to eat every day. And then some days I go out, like I'm going to the YCS tomorrow in Orlando. Excuse me. I'm probably gonna spend hundreds of dollars on food out there, because that's what we do. We travel. We always eat at like nice restaurants.
You have like a $50 check at like most places.
Yeah, no matter where you go.
100 plus, maybe 100 plus at a nice place.
Yeah, we're gonna get like drinks. You know, if you get like a drink or two, your bill is already like $70 now.
Yeah, honestly, Uber Eats is probably one of the craziest things of all time that's ever happened in human history.
I say it all the time, Stango. This is the best time to be alive. You can summon ice cream to your doorstep when you want it.
You can summon a human to deliver you food.
Yes. It's insane. Like, I can pick up this device right now, and I can summon food.
That's Fraser's favorite thing to say always. He's like, I would never want to be alive
any other time
for the computer.
First of all, as a black man, I can't go too far back anyway. So like, there's only like it's like the 90s or bust. Like, I can go as far back as like 1990. Once you start going too far back, you know, things get weird. So
see, that's the great thing about being a white man, you know?
All right, we're not doing this. I'm about to
I can either have
we're not doing this.
I can either have humans come to my door, or I can be a king.
Right. If you go back far enough, or a colonizer, depending on who you ask. So
yeah, I could be a ruler. I can be a king. I can be a president.
You can still be. What do you mean? You can still be a president.
No, but I feel like it's easier to be a president. I had to be there for the. I had to be there. I had to be there for America's independence. Like, I could have gotten in there. I only had to kill one Brit and be stronger than George Washington.
I am crying. Oh my god. Anyway,
I would have been a president, and then I would have died 3 months after because I got a cold. I got the sniffles. I got the sniffles, and I checked.
Yo, it's funny because you really have a cold right now. Oh god, I'm sweating. Yo, that is so fucking funny. Because you really do die from a cold. Like, diarrhea was a death sentence.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, but yeah, like, I don't cook. I just outsource it. So I usually pay someone to make my food every day, aka Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, all that shit. The things that I can cook, I do like them. Like, I can make spaghetti. I can make wings. Like, I make like bacon, egg, and cheese if I want. Like, if sometimes I'll get in the mood for a bacon, egg, and cheese. I'll just make that from scratch. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, simple stuff. Like pepper steak and rice. you know, and obviously also freezer food is really easy, but I just don't even like doing that anymore. Like I just don't even, I'd rather spend my time making content, watching content, or like doing other things, because my time is so limited nowadays anyway, that like cooking is just, I just don't have the time to do that. So I don't.
I got a question for chat, and also for Fraser, and I'm also going to answer.
What's up?
What is your top meal for the meals of the day? Breakfast, lunch?
Bacon, egg, and cheese for breakfast. For lunch, Chick-fil-A used to be really good. It's kind of fallen off a little bit for me. Like, I'm not really crazy about Chick-fil-A for lunch anymore.
I feel like Chick-fil-A just got, like, it got used too much.
Yeah.
Like, it was too good for too long.
Because I live in Philadelphia, I have a lot of options for lunch. There's cheesesteaks, there's hoagies, there's anything on Uber Eats. So there's like amazing hot chicken places. There's like all the fast food is around me. Wendy's, McDonald's. I don't eat McDonald's, but Wendy's, McDonald's, Popeyes. So for lunch, I don't have like it changes day to day, but you know what I've been eating the most? To answer your question, for lunch, my favorite meal is an acai bowl. It has bananas, blueberries, granola, honey, coconut shavings, and strawberries. Crack. Absolute crack. I eat that shit like 4 times a week. Not even joking.
Yeah, for me, it's once again, being from Philadelphia, a bacon, egg, and cheese with some hot sauce it's so whimsical. In the morning, something about it, it's just so great. It's so great.
I've never had a bacon, egg, and cheese with hot sauce. Am I missing out, or?
Oh, yes. Spice. You gotta have spice. Bacon, egg, and cheese bagel with hot sauce.
Have you ever had a bacon, egg, and cheese with jelly?
I have heard that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I'm
It's
more
big
of a
bag.
spice person than that. Not you being so... Yeah, it's fat. It's real fat.
It's big back.
But I'm more of a... I'm definitely more of a spicy and a tang kind of palate. So like bacon, egg, and cheese bagel with hot sauce, my God, it is a glorious thing in the morning. And then honestly for lunch, like the thing about lunch for me, I can eat almost anything for lunch. Like
Same.
I'm definitely not like a meal adjusted to time sort of person.
Right.
Like I'll fuck around and I'll eat pancakes for lunch.
Me, I've done it all the time. That's just brunch. I've done it all the
Yeah.
time.
But when it comes to lunch, like I guess I'm really just gonna kind of fit like some of my favorite foods. Like I just like any kind of chicken. Like honestly, a chicken sandwich.
You do like chicken
probably-
a lot.
Yeah,
You
chicken
love
sandwich is cool with
Popeyes.
me.
Yeah. I mean, chicken is great. Like you can't go wrong.
The absolute pinnacle, burger for dinner. Burger is just. There's too many magical things that happen with burgers.
I like burgers when they're really good. Like a burger cooked medium with like some kind of sauce, like some special chef sauce, whatever. So good.
Yeah.
Bacon, of course. Bacon, cheese, of course.
Yeah, it's got to be bacon. It's got to be cheese. For me, it's got to be some kind of spicy tang thing kind of going on.
I love it. I love a spicy like barbecue sauce or spicy aioli or whatever.
And you know what I fucking love on burgers? Oh my goodness, I fucking love mushrooms. Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, you had me in the first half. I don't eat mushrooms. You know that.
I know that you don't eat mushrooms. I knew this.
Yeah.
But like mushrooms on a burger,
The texture
it's
is.
just
I just can't deal. The texture. I just cannot deal with that. Burgers with an egg on it. That is very good. I've had multiple burgers with egg cooked on top of it, and it is very, very fucking good. For dinner, I didn't answer what my dinner favorite thing to eat is, but it's steak. Like if I have a choice, a filet mignon or a porterhouse, or honestly, like I just love steak. Like steak, honestly, all kinds of steak for dinner is fine. Usually, like I'm not talking about skirt steak. That's a little bit too on the like Chipotle side, but like a steak that you really cook, you know, in a cast iron or whatever is usually like the best dinner I could have. I also like Italian. That Crazy Mills.
not Chip Mills.
Those definitely aren't shit meals. He milled the dandelion. He got the card trooper.
Oh yeah, like Italian. Most Italian dishes for dinner are amazing. Like literally, spaghetti and meatballs. Like it's kind of treated as a kid's food, but like really good authentic spaghetti and meatballs like is fucking crazy.
Yeah,
it's so crap.
I actually love spaghetti and meatballs too. It's very basic, but it's very good. The Italians just know culinary arts. They're just so good at that shit.
See, when we were talking about our Amaryllis thing here, where it was like, you know, the Ryko against the Stardust.
Did he just mill?
No. This was him fighting against the grain. He's like, I'm not just gonna mill. I'm gonna pop.
And he just got
shit out of here.
Yeah, he just got negated immediately.
Yeah.
He definitely heard us. He was like, "Oh, they said we just mill, huh? I'll show y'all."
Yep. I'll show y'all.
Yeah, this is a bad time for I guess like Machina or whatever.
Yeah, I mean like your whole deck targets and your fortress does not cleanly always hit a Titanial here, so
yeah,
not looking too solid.
Card Trooper replace itself.
Broken.
Yep. Your Card Trooper's so good.
Yep.
1900 monster that just milled a dandelion.
Yep. Milled a dandelion and effectively made this Titanial untouchable.
Yes. If there are some number of D prison back there, they don't matter. Puerto Ricans. What are we talking about, Puerto Ricans? Nobody eats rice at home. I feel like an outsider, yeah, talking about burgers and sandwiches. I love rice. A lot of the best dishes are rice based. Like, I love rice.
Yeah, rice is pretty good. I'm a fan of
Alexa, stop.
I'm a fan of risotto. Pretty much like most risotto. I mean mushroom risotto, oh my god, but anyway. And then also with rice, like I like hibachi style rice like a lot with like the
hibachi rice is tier 0.
Yeah, hibachi rice with like the bits of egg. You got also the soy sauce like mixed into it. It's just so savory. It's so fucking rich in flavor.
Yeah. Rice is so
You know
good.
what is cracked? I think it's jasmine rice. I think is
jasmine
what
is
they
like
use.
is like longer rice.
The rice that they use in butter chicken.
Okay. I've had butter
Yo.
chicken. I'm not personally crazy about it, but
Yo, that rice though, like sopped into like butter, like the butter chicken, like kind of like sauce. Super giga broken. Like it's so delectable.
Oh, basmati rice is amazing.
Basmati rice, that's what it is. Yep.
Question for you, Stango. Does butter chicken have onions in it?
I would think so. Yeah, I'm pretty certain.
Because I ordered, so I used to do a meal delivery service called Factor. You guys have probably heard of Factor, and I loved Factor for like a year. I might get back on it actually, because that was helping me a lot to not use Uber Eats, because I was just getting Factor deliveries every week, and I would just like eat those once a day, or twice a day, I should say. They had a butter chicken that I ordered as one of my meals, and I tried it, and I liked the taste of the sauce, the chicken, and the rice or whatever, but then there were like diced onions in it, and I cannot eat onions. Like I can't, unless the onion is stewed to the point where it's soft, like in spaghetti sauce or like pasta sauce.
I know what you mean. Like kind of like it's kind of like the watery, like almost like nothing texture.
Yes, exactly. Like it just melts
It's
basically,
almost
like in a stew.
celery. It's almost like a celery, but like way less resistance. It's like a little mush.
Yep.
It's just like water. Yeah, I know what you mean. I kind of don't like that texture either. I mean, onions are in butter chicken from what I'm seeing from like most recipes.
They had it in, and I just couldn't finish the dish. I ate like 2 bites of it, and I kept crunching into the onions, and I just immediately got turned off. I was like, I can't do this.
But no, normally when I've eaten butter chicken, I've never eaten like almost, in a sense, like whole onions from it.
Yeah, I won't eat onions on a burger. I just can't, like onions. It's not that they taste bad. It's just that the texture of onions, tomatoes, lettuce, mushrooms, shit like that, I can't like bite into it. I'll just I reject it. Like my body rejects it.
What do you think about onion rings? You like onion rings?
Cannot eat that. Because when you bite into an onion ring, there's an onion inside of it. Like when you get past the breading.
See, the problem with an onion ring is that there's an onion in it.
Yo, fuck off, bro.
But
Fuck
no,
off.
I get what you mean.
That is the problem
I
with
think
it.
the
Y'all
difference
tried to add a ring to it to like make it fancy. Like if you put a wig on a monkey, it's still a fucking monkey. Like I don't care. It's
Yeah, I mean the thing with onion rings is that it kind of is like a very cooked down version of an onion, so it's definitely like. I think actually what more so the difference is than the texture you're talking about. I think the thing that would make it interesting for me is that I feel like an onion ring has like a little bit more crunch to it, so it's not like mush.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
not like a mush
You're right.
onion.
It's just that once you get inside, there's an onion hiding in there.
I don't think it was hiding though.
Bruh.
Oh god. Yeah.
So, Jared, the one thing I'll say about a burger, it's kind of sacrilege that I do this because I do think objectively it makes it better, but I think I trade this off with like generally trying to eat burgers that are very rich in flavor with their sauce.
yeah.
I almost never have lettuce, tomato, or like actual onions, like not onion rings, on my burgers. I'll have like stringed onions, like fried onions, like the little fried like onion strings. Like I'll have that on a burger. I'll have mushrooms on a burger. But I just don't like the wetness of like lettuce and tomato when it's not like a savory wet. It's just like water. Like I feel like
Yeah.
when I take a bite into it, it's just like water.
Well, they
I don't
are.
wanna taste that.
You know, they are predominantly water anyway. Like those.
Well, I know that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like I don't want to taste that. Like
Yeah, me
that,
either.
that messes with the texture, like the flavor profile that I want. Like I want tangy heat and then like savory meat, like kind of taste going on. Nah, no fresh crisp lettuce for me. No lettuce. That's a no-go. Bizarre looks a little down bad right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's not looking good.
Yeah, he's winning by life points and he's up a game, but this game in particular does look really rough, I have to say.
DDR.
Oh, well, that's because he has the this is coming back on the end phase too, so like things are definitely. I think we're going to get. Oh, my god!
No,
Bruh.
I was just about to say. I was like, don't tell me there's a dandelion in the hand. Don't tell me there's a dandelion.
Oh, I'm telling you.
It's
Big
true. I
damage.
only want savory meat. That's right, Token.
Token Black.
That's my boy, Token Black.
All right, he needs a lightning vortex to play the game. Like lightning vortex right now. All right, that just ain't.
Wait, we just talked about this. Guess who it is?
Oh
Who's down
no!
there, Fraser?
Oh no!
Guess who's down there?
Yo, bro, why are you doing this, Stango?
It's Dre Day.
Yo,
It's Dre Day.
yo,
Guess who's back?
it's an S tier normal summon, or in this case, S tier normal set. All right, well, not anymore.
All right, well, that was fun.
We'll never know. All right, while they side deck, I will be right back. I'm going to go grab my pizza.
Have fun with your pizza.
All right, I'm back. Chat. Okay. Let me see. Do I still have the picture of the pizza that I'm eating in my phone? I do. I'm going to show you guys the pizza that I'm eating right now. Oh. I'm going to show you guys now. I've showed this pizza technically on stream before, but I'm literally showing you the exact one that I ordered like right now. This is the pizza that I'm eating. It's from a place in Philly called Paulie G's. It is the best pizza in the city, in my opinion. I guess the absolute best pizza. It's called Paulie G's. This is called the Hellboy Squared Pizza. So if you want to order this, come to Philly. It's a place called Paulie G's, and it is called the Hellboy Squared. And in order to make it tier 0, you need some of this. This is Mike's Hot Honey. Let me see. How do they do it? Don't they always put their hand out or something like that? They'd be like, this is Mike's Hot Honey. Here we go. So you drizzle this. So we have the pizza. I don't know if the pizza is going to show, but you drizzle this on the pizza, and it is so cracked. I actually have to let this, because it's literally honey, but it's like spiced honey, so it's like hot. I'm gonna let this like fall down so that way it actually like comes out the bottle. But yeah, this pizza is crack. Like, it is crack. And you put the Mike's Hot Honey on it. I got it upside down right now because I'm trying to get it to like actually come down. Like my love. Ooh, you make my love come down. Just gonna see if we can get this. Is it gonna drizzle out? No, there we go. Come on, come on, come out. Oh yeah, there we go. There's that. Get some of that hot honey. Oh yeah. Oh, right in the kisser. All right. I don't know why this is turning into a mukbang right now, but here we are. That's a damn good slice. Stango, you want to see my pizza? Boom!
Oh, crack pizza, baby.
Crack. Stango's had it. And look, Stango.
I'm telling y'all right now, there isn't a single best slice of pizza on planet Earth.
You see what I got?
Yep. Like, you guys may have friends that are from New York that try to tell you that they have like good pizza. There's nothing better than crack pizza. Not a single thing. And you could tell exactly why. It's right up my alley. It's exactly what I want. Some heat, some tang. It's perfect. The perfect pizza.
It is so good.
Don't let anyone ever tell you that crack pizza is not the best pizza.
So it's game 3. Dom is up on the field.
He's up on the field.
Thank you, Alistair. I will need it.
Feel good. Do, 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 do. Feel good. Yeah, how's the milkshake machine always broken at McDonald's?
You know how.
I don't. I want to be ignorant to the fact. I don't want to believe. You've never seen an ice cream machine broke? You've never been to a real McDonald's then.
He definitely hasn't. Because that's crazy. Like, never?
You've never been afraid of getting robbed at your McDonald's then. That's what you're telling me. That's what I'm hearing. Oh, boy. Give me that big bag, big bag, big bag. You really said jelly in a...
It's big back.
So unapologetically big bag, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if someone was running down the street, it'd be like, bacon, egg, and cheese with jelly right here. You'd be the first one there. You'd be like, yes, me? Me, yes. I called dibs first. Can I get extra jelly on it? Can I actually get so much jelly on it that you can't possibly hold it without getting jelly on your hands?
Big back, big back.
Oh, boy. I see. Lonefire F. Lonefire F. Look at all these normal summons competing with each other. Look at them. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, yes, you better have Mirror Force. No, where's the Mirror Force? Oh, you can't have it every time. Oh. Oh, shit. Wait, he didn't do the play. Hold on. No. Okay, well, I guess that's fine. I'll accept that.
That was a broken 2 cards right there.
Yeah, that. I'll accept that.
Yo, why was those 2 cards so ridiculous?
Oh, shit. The dinosaurs roam the earth. When's the meteor gonna come? When's the meteor coming?
I don't know, King.
Oh, there's the meteor. Big bag, big bag. Oh yeah, someone said something about mushrooms on pizza. Great combo.
Ew. Why would you ruin a pizza with mushrooms?
That's not ruining it, that's enhancing it actually. It's
No.
actually the exact opposite.
No. False.
Well, see the thing is for people I'll say the people that are adults
Fuck off. Just like that.
the people that are adults, mushrooms are actually fantastical.
Yo, does Amaryllis play Return yet? Are y'all on that technology yet? I feel like y'all should be playing Return. There's no fucking way Amaryllis does not play Return.
Look at that girl. She got that sword.
Who's that girl? Na 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 na. The emissary of dimness. That pizza was so fucking good. I am very satiated.
Yeah, don't remind me.
You said what?
I said don't remind me. Don't remind me.
That I'm satiated?
Don't do it. Yeah, don't say
How's this?
how happy. Okay.
I'm sorry. You actually sound so defeated that I feel bad now.
Do you?
Yeah, because you just sounded so defeated. You were like, oh, okay. Like you just gave up. You usually have so many snappy comebacks. You literally just gave up.
There was nothing I could do. Okay.
Your stomach's just talking to you.
You know what I just noticed? Because someone was talking about the 3 Stratos format that I was telling you about that was on Format Library. I just noticed that format is no longer on Format Library.
Really?
Yeah. You did point out the fact that that format never actually existed.
Well, there was technically a tournament where Stratos was at 3. And it got an emergency ban after that, I'm pretty sure. He killed him. Damn, with limiter. That's... And look, Card Trooper.
Look at that. Look at that normal summon.
One of the best. Honestly, that duel had a lot of the best normal summons. It had Gearframe, Lonefire, Trooper, Ryko,
Debris.
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 All right.
Debris.
Debris. Sissy the rock. Just wanna rock. I just wanna Should have got the body out of the eye.
I just make up I make up words when that's going on.
I just wanna rock. Body out of the eye.
How do you want to?
You sound like Meta Knight.
Oh yeah.
You sound like absolute Meta Knight right now. Elemental Hero Airman. Salvage Avarice, Fader, Fiend, Caius. Oh no. What deck is that? Salvage, Avarice, Fader, Fiend, Caius. Okay, but that's a regular frog. Oh wait, hold on.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Is this
Peacock said it's rock time.
He did. Is this Evanescence right here? How can you see into my arms
hold on,
like open doors?
Hear me call
Into your mom's a whore, and I become so numb. Da, 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 da.
Rage Peacock said it's clobbering time. I'm the thing. It's clobbering time.
Finish it. You said something else after that.
I'm the thing.
I'm the thing. He is really a rock, though. This is his deck.
Here you go, Frazier.
You sent me something on Discord?
Yep.
I hope I don't get demonetized. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I have this muted.
It's clobbering time. It's clobbering time.
It's clobbering time.
He looks so bad.
Yeah, that movie is a rant.
What was that?
Well, that last clip, I have no idea. But the
we just time traveled back to 2008 YouTube.
the first clip was the Fantastic Four movie.
Okay. But like from what year? 1960 or something?
The second clip, I have no idea. The first one was 2005.
Okay. All right, chat. Well, he's getting frogged on right now. This isn't good. Remember when I was saying that, like, if your deck can't deal with a dupe frog, hang it up flat screen?
You just can't say hang it up flat screen.
I just did. I literally
it's
just
not
did.
really a legal
I
thing to
literally
ever
just
say
said
to
it.
anybody.
I
You can't
actually
really
just,
say that to anybody though, because if you say that, if you say that, that is pretty rude.
I literally just said it.
But you shouldn't have.
If your deck can't deal with a dupe frog, hang it up.
You still can take
flat
it back.
screen.
Actually, you can actually take it back.
Hang it up, flat screen.
It may be a live stream, but you could cut it out.
I can mute myself.
You could cut it out of the VOD. You could delete the footage.
You can change this. You can be better. Oh my god, not 3 dupes.
Right,
we're gonna sit here. We're gonna sit here like gentlemen now.
Well, hold on now. This is rocks. This is rocks.
Whenever people say, why do they call it dream frogs? And I tell them that it's because after the 3rd dupe block, your opponent goes to sleep. They think I'm joking, but I am dead ass.
That's not the one that needed to be.
It needed to be the prison.
We needed to slap the cuffs on that little frog.
Put him in the prison?
Yeah. Lock his ass up.
Oh!
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you...
Oh, no. Now
that's got to be racist. There's no way. I'm gonna just keep it real. There's no way that is like of our culture.
Hell no. No.
That is crazy.
Now you deal with it.
Yeah, now you deal with it. Yo, making your opponent deal with their own dupe block is crazy.
Not even. What do you even call the? So this is the super dupe block. The super dupe block is substitute and 2 dupes. What is this?
The duper dupe block.
The duper dupe block. Now what? The super duper dupe block?
Yeah,
Is that what you?
With a substitute on the field, it would have been the super duper dupe block. You see it?
Yeah.
You see how easy that was?
Yeah, that was.
So
easy to pull.
this is the duper lock, and then
Yep.
there's the super duper lock, and that's
Yep.
that's when you have substitute on the field. The duper dupe lock. The super duper dupe lock. I love it.
Not Enraged Peacock in the chat phoning it in saying this is about to be a moment of all time.
I mean, he ain't wrong. Oh, he definitely did say that in the chat. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, I just read it back.
Wake me up. Wake me up. You know what's funny? Enraged Peacock has a swap frog next to his name because he's a member on the channel. And oh, this is disrespectful. Why is there a dupe frog in attack? The levels of disrespect are out of control.
They really are though.
How do we get past the substitute? You know what's funny,
that,
Stango? Right now, this is actually still the super duper lock.
Yeah, frogs can't die to battle.
Yep. This is a super duper lock.
Not many non-frog players would have caught that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because this is where the weird stuff starts happening in frogs.
Not the weird stuff.
I mean, this is definitely weird stuff.
Not the
You know
weird
when
stuff.
You know when they start talking about butt stuff? This is the butt stuff. This is the butt
Wait,
stuff of-
how
of-
did we get here?
This is butt stuff. This is butt stuff of Edison format right here.
You're insane.
Also, the way we out this is that we need a goblin attack force.
I mean, yes.
It's an earth monster.
Yep. Did he mill Caius? He did not mill Caius. So Caius's and a Raiko are theoretically still in the deck. Yo, what if he was playing frogs and he did dupe block with the 3 dupe blocks that he stole?
Now, how about the frogs start citing PDS? So when they get PDS, they take it right back.
Yeah, like what if this guy summoned, like, Possessed Dark Soul and then stole the dupe block back?
I'll be taking that.
Enrage must feel so safe playing under these conditions.
I don't think you could be more safe under 3. Oh, Here we go. Uh-huh. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Bigger.
This is a choice.
Big. Get big. Get big or go home.
What just happened? Oh, okay. I was about to say, what happened? Bigger!
Oh, shit. I mean, Mirror Force is gone. Alright, Econ to defense.
That stalls it for one turn.
Well,
So now we have a sublock.
Well, now...
Yeah, I've never seen someone summon this by tribute either. That's why I was so surprised. Yeah, this is still a sublock.
This monster's broken, by the way.
This thing recalcs constantly.
Yeah, the constant recalculation is insane.
He's got to
All
kill
right,
his
well.
own dupe frog.
Yep. These back rows haven't done anything in a while.
These two, right?
Yep, I got a sneaking suspicion what's about to go down here.
Oh,
There's about to be a
no.
hoedown. There's about to be a hoedown.
Yo,
Oh, no.
a fucking hoedown is crazy.
Wait, you can't just pass? That's not legal.
Yo, a hoedown is crazy.
That's not legal, though. You can't just pass on this field.
Well, he did. Oh, there's our
Oh,
boy.
no, that's game.
We got an S tier and an S tier and an A tier right here.
Yep. And then we got whoever the fuck that guy is over there.
It's Evanescence, I told you. Bring me to life. Wake me up. Creamed. All
It's
right.
clobbering time.
Fuck off. Yo, fuck off. You cannot just go around saying it's clobbering time. Because he's playing rocks.
Honestly, if Enrage was real, he would say it's clobbering time every time he starts a duel.
Oh god. Yo, I cannot.
It's clobbering time. It's clobbering time.
Yo, I'm crying. I cannot deal. They go, good luck, have fun. And he goes, it's clobbering time. Oh, they go, good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. His only response. He only has one response.
Clobbering time. It's clobbering time.
Oh, I'm literally crying. Oh my god, I'm in tears. Oh my god.
That's too good.
Stango, we gotta do a video. We gotta do a video. We have to. You, me, and Enrage have to get on camera. Oh god.
Yeah,
Oh.
and then we get Enraged to fight people on DB, and we tell he says it's clobbering time to all of his opponents.
Every single in between every game. Oh, they're gonna be like, good luck, have fun. Oh. Oh, my chest hurts. Oh my god, my chest hurts. Oh, I'm sweating so bad.
Oh, this guy's playing X Sabers.
You remember when that one guy tried to kick you off stream? Remember when that one guy said, hey, we need Stango off the stream?
Oh no, not the secrets being revealed.
Oh god, I would never kick you off my stream, Stango, ever. Oh god. I could not type absolutely not fast enough when he said that. I could not type absolutely not. My fingers could not type the words absolutely and not faster than when he said, can you get Stango off the stream? Oh,
Oh, Morphing Jar, yes.
You are top 5 most entertaining people I've ever met. And it's not close.
Oh god.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
Well, he just threw his win condition in the grave.
Oh my god.
Why did he throw his win condition in the grave like that? How many people draw 3 of these and me and Kenny couldn't draw a single one in 5 games?
Yeah, I'll tell you something right now. I was not without a full troll when I've been playing X Sabers.
Well, me and Kenny literally played 5 games. We never saw a fall troll or a gold sarcophagus. That's 5 cards in our deck. That's an 8th. Okay, he got it back.
Yeah, I was saying, like, if he draws into this, then it's fine. But also, this doesn't do anything.
Yeah, not right now. He doesn't have a second X-Saber here to do plays.
Yeah, he can use emergency call.
Maybe call it Haunted, though? Call it Haunted, bring back full Hum Knight?
Stop.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't know. Stop.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, of course it sucks. That was horrible.
That sucks.
Like, that winning that game was going to be impossible. I couldn't believe what I saw when I saw 3 fucking fault trolls fall to the grave.
Oh, man. I cried. Whoa, this is huge. I was about to say, if that's any back row, he loses the game on the spot. Oh, doesn't this thing... When this card declares an attack, change all defense position monsters. Yo, he didn't even put that shit in defense mode. He said, fuck that back row. Oh, man. Whew. What if he's playing honest?
Don't do it.
It wouldn't be the craziest thing.
It'd be pretty crazy.
Yeah, it'd be pretty crazy.
What are you trying to take? A bite out of crime with the Raiko?
Yeah, because most of the time it's just going to be Raiko. Did he mill a fortress? No, he did not. He milled force.
He didn't say it was clobbering time, by the way.
No, he didn't. Unless we came in late. We came in kind of late, right?
Yeah, hit the refresh. Let's see. Nope. No clobbering time.
Missed opportunity. But don't worry. When we do the video,
That's the only thing that's allowed to be
that
said.
clip is getting inserted all over that video. Oh. Oh, man.
I think my favorite quote from when we played the rock deck was you calling the trap "Return the Pebbles."
Oh, yeah.
That's just not even close to its name.
I didn't even try.
Return to Pebbles.
I didn't even try.
Like, there it is right there. It just got milled.
Yep.
Release from stone and return to Pebbles.
I didn't even try.
It's like, it's so disrespectful to actually call it Return to Pebbles. Like, that's not okay to call it that.
Oh.
Oh shit, what's this about to do?
Negate that fortress effect, I guess.
He's got,
Oh. Just straight up Caius. Don't care about you seeing my hand.
I mean, what else could be in his hand besides rocks, right? We don't care about it.
Right.
I got plenty of rocks out front of my house. You can put them anywhere. He actually scooped, though. Was he dead? He must have been dead or something.
He was exactly 2400 when the Caius came down.
Oh, shit. Oh, I guess he got some damage with that Dark Gaia.
Yeah, no, the Dark Gaia got in several attacks. Like, it actually walked.
I'll be honest, I wasn't watching that intently.
I mean, do we ever? Like, think about who we are. Do we ever watch any of the games super intently?
Unless something ignorant is going on.
Yeah. I want to see Churro Nation versus the Gauls. So I gotta pull up another DB window. Y'all talking about burgers earlier makes me want to grab one for dinner. You should. Ooh, a bottomless trap hole. Sure got bottomless, so Stratos is about to do that damage. That good damage, too. That's that good damage right there. What deck could he be playing that's playing Stratos and bottomless, though? What deck is that?
Why'd you do that?
Sorry. I confused my tabs.
Oh, okay. That's what it is.
Something with Prisma? Miracle times 2, honest times 2. What the fuck? Ooh, Cyber Dragon? For the Trooper turn 1? Yo, bro. Machines? I'm so scared to play machines. So Cyber Dragon just went 2 for 1. Cyber Dragon just literally went 2 for 1. Summon Cyber Dragon. Get rid of your Trooper and your D-Prison.
That's too much.
It's a lot.
It's too much.
This is top 4 too, so like we only have one more set after this. Somebody's getting 20 bucks. $20 quick slurp.
20 smackos.
20 smackaroos. Don't forget, guys, February 22nd, we will be having the Edison Trishula Cup. It's Edison format, but Trishula is limited to 1. And it's going to have a $200 prize pool to start. I cannot wait to see how that one turns out. What the hell just happened to? Oh, he got de-prisoned. Wait, what happened to Grandmole? There's no way Grandmole was like attacking. Oh shit. I was so confused when he banished this. I was like, what is this? What's happening?
Yep. That's the big guy. Gigante's nuts.
Well, this... I was about to say, this is scary. Alright, Enrage, please let us know what his hand is as well, so we all know.
Oh.
Thank you, Bizarre. Thank you. I love when people do that.
Alright, so it looks like it started with Crow, I think?
It did. He has 7 cards.
Alright. So... It looks like that Fortress is the only thing that can crack that guy. His hand's actually oddly a little annoying.
Yeah, I mean, it's 7 cards. It's hard for it not to be, I think. Unless his deck was really bad.
Yep.
Yeah, like, no matter what you take, he can still play. Like, you're not... This is not a dust shoot that's going to end the game.
No, not at all. Putting back the Gores, though.
Right.
Alright. Well, that speaks a lot about what's going to go down here.
Yeah, putting back the Gores scares me. Like, if I'm the person who Gores just got put back, I'm nervous. Because, like, why'd you want that one?
You gonna tell me why?
Like, what do you say fuck me for? Yep. Game got simplified so fast. He had 7 cards at the start of his turn. Now they're dead even.
Yep. This is how I saw this turn. I was like, Fortress isn't going to make it past the battle phase, and we're going to set a Ryko. That's where we're at.
Oh,
that was dirty. Oh, boy. Oh, shit. Damn. He doesn't even get that light in the grave.
Not this turn, no. So his hand
Yeah, that-
is Chaos Sorcerer,
Limiter.
Crow. Yeah, Chaos
Limiter,
Sorcerer,
Crow.
Limiter, Crow, yeah.
Oh no, banished. Oh my god.
Oh, wow. Yo, and oh my god!
Oh my god. It's clobbering time.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you
It's clobbering time.
Well, this doesn't target, right?
It doesn't. It's Miracle Fusion.
So it still resolves.
Yeah, because there's.
Oh wait, did he banished the rock? Never
Yeah,
mind.
yeah. He only has a rock. Okay.
Right. He tried to end him though.
Sure.
So he still has. Well, he knew he had Crow though. Why did he play that? I wouldn't have played that. That might have been a little preemptive. Yeah, like if you drew this trooper next turn, then this will probably mill a rock. Okay, it didn't.
You know what I hate about sometimes ordering Uber Eats?
What's that?
My fucking person will come and ring my doorbell when I said leave it at the door.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, kiss the glass and my ass.
Mm-hmm. That's the saying. Kiss the glass in my ass. Mirror Force. All of a sudden, we're back to... This game is very back and forth.
Yep. At this point, though, I'm a little bit worried for... Enraged, I feel like. What's in the graveyard for Bazaar? I feel like we still at least have Torrential and or Solemn. Oh, Release from Pebbles.
Yep. Can you bring back Grandma? I guess you can.
Yep. That's broken.
No, that shit's
Oh,
getting
gate.
super negated. That's getting... Nothing has been negated faster than that card. That's an S... This is an S tier.
You just traded a like C tier for an S tier.
Yeah, he did trade a C tier for an S tier. Like,
Oh,
he
shit.
definitely just traded a C tier. Oh, there's an A tier. Stango? Huh, he said, oh shit, then left. Huh? What happened? Hope he's alive. I'm always worried about the killer. You always gotta check your back for the killer. $1,200. All he has to do is 1,200. I was gonna say eventually he's gonna draw a pot, right? Probably forgot the oven. No, he ordered something from Uber Eats though. He hates Gale more than you do. He saw Gale and dipped. I thought I had a second rock. Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a because you knew you had the crow, so that definitely fucked this game up a bit. But you know, we live and we learn. At the worst, it'll cost you $20. You know what's scary? That limiter still is around, isn't it? Oh god. If he touches him, that limiter is... Next game? Oh, is this hero beat? It is. Diva hero beat. Watch Diva hero beat somehow win this tournament. Oh, he's playing against Blackwings, I'm pretty sure too. Diva hero beat against Blackwings. You know how that goes. That matchup. Blackwings are like, please let this deck die. Every time I face Diva hero beat with Blackwing or GB, I swear they open Stratos plus Diva plus Miracle plus Spark plus Blast. But if I use any other deck, I 2-0 them in 5 minutes, I swear. Yeah, sometimes they do have that perfect curve. It definitely feels like a Magic deck to me, like Magic the Gathering deck, where they just like, they're just playing on a curve. Like you said, Stratos, into the Diva, into the Miracle, into the Hero Blast with the Alias, into the Spark, and it's just like, okay, yep, you drew your curve.
Not drawing your curve.
Did you get your food?
Yep.
You were like, oh shit, and then you just left. I didn't know what happened. I thought the killer came.
The killer.
I'm always worried about the killer. Chain Torrential? Chain Torrential will go crazy. Although I don't see why he wouldn't Torrential just the Vanity's Fiend when it got summoned, so it's not Torrential, but... Right, go pop back row. Simple, simple. Typical Edison. Interesting. So he didn't play Dust Tornado because he wanted him to pop that Dust Tornado. He wanted to say, I'm keeping this Card Trooper.
That is interesting.
Yeah, he could have made the decision to play Dust first, and then the Trooper gets popped by Raiko. But he blatantly said, I want to let the Dust Tornado get popped here, which... I don't know. That's very interesting to me.
Or he made a mistake.
Bizarro's pretty good. He won one of the I Am There special tournaments. He won the one where you could only play one attribute. It was Edison format, but your entire main deck, side deck, and extra deck had to be one attribute. And he won with Earth. He loves Earth. It was Earth versus Water in the finals.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, Water has Substitute, Swap Frog, Treeborn, Mobius. A bunch, you know, Water has a lot. Earth has a lot. Has all the gadgets: Machina, Card Trooper, Fossil Dyna, like a ton of shit. What'd you order, by the way?
I just got something easy. Just got some Mickey D's.
Yo, him playing Dyna and Vanity's Fiend, I've never seen both of those on the field at the same time. But that is just so obnoxious.
Yep. No special summoning for you. And look how many cards Bizarre has in his hand. Imagine how much of his hand is dead right now to this Dyna.
Seven again. He has 7 cards again. And so does Enrage. He has 7 cards total, drawing to 8.
Oh shit. He's gonna get that shit out the way quick.
Yo, Rocks are in the finals. I guess I was shit talking. I mean,
It's clobbering time. It's clobbering time.
why do they keep kicking me out? Like, bro, let me have it. Okay, we only have one more match. It's this one, because Enrage moves on to the finals, and where he awaits the winner of this set right here, we have Diva Hero Beat versus Blackwings, and Diva Hero Beat is up right now.
Oh.
Okay. But he lost all his cards for that. He lost 3 cards. He lost 3 cards for using that Kalut. Zero just took away 3 cards.
Enrage, I have to tell you, seriously though. If you don't say it's clobbering time in the finals, you automatically lose. You're disqualified.
I don't make the rules. I'm not the CEO. It's the other guy. In light of recent events, I am no longer the CEO of I Am Nerd. He's playing against either Blackwings or Diva Hero Beat.
Who is the GOAT of
Oh
Fraser
my
tournaments?
God.
Peacock or Pudding?
Bruh.
Oh, Pudding has won so many. Pudding won the Winner's Ball.
You know who the original GOAT was actually Dankarm Dragon.
It was. Dankarm was
That
the
guy-
original
that guy-
GOAT of
that
uh,
guy was running a train on.
I don't
Fraser
know
tournaments.
why he. I mean, his name was Dankarm Dragon, and he drew Dark Arm against everybody, almost every game.
Yo, and then he was playing that that triple of everything Bayou build. You remember that? It
Yeah,
was a very interesting build.
yeah, he was playing like 43 cards. Okay, so finals.
Grand finales.
Yep. I'm glad. I like this single elimination shit. In honor of Beast Mode, who used to do tournaments back in the day, and you know, he has multiple kids now and stuff. Shout out to him. Congratulations on his family. So he's definitely slowed down on the Yu-Gi-Oh in the last like year or so, but he was the originator of the single elimination stream tournament. Well, this is cursed. Enrage, can you let me know when you guys start? Should I look in the Discord server? What's going on?
I feel very honored to be one of the few to be a Beast Mode champion.
Oh yeah, you did win that Beast Mode. You won with Blackwings, right?
Oh, did.
I won one as well with Hero Frogs. Early days. I think I was playing like Triple Threatening Roar, which may be the right move moving forward anyway. Just like full disclosure, that's probably the correct way to play Frogs right now because of recent events. Okay, here they are. All right, grand finals, guys. So if you haven't seen a normal summon tier list, me and Stango talked for probably like 2 hours. Like an hour and a half, 2 hours. We started at 5:30.
It was like 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah,
is
that makes
when we
sense.
stopped.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because we started at 5:30ish, and then this tournament started at like 7:46 or something like that. So you're right. Yeah, so we did a 2-hour normal summon tier list at the beginning of this live stream. I'm going to turn it into a video so that people can watch it. But yeah.
Oh shit, Prisma.
Prisma. Is there anything, while I have you guys, there's over 110 people here right now. While I have you, is there anything else that you guys would like to see me do a live stream tier list on? I'm willing to tier other things.
Classic opening, Stratos Step 4.
That is quite the opening, actually.
Yep, we're going back to 2022 with this one.
Okay.
All right, let's see what we got. Also, in Rage, he did say it's clobbering time, and his opponent rightfully said, "What the LOL?"
As he's about to clobber.
On the backpack, loaded up with things in next to.
Anything that you can need, I got it just for you.
Hero Frog matchups.
What? That doesn't... Oh. Well, wait. Go on Sackphase's channel and watch the council between me, Rodnak, and 10foot. And we actually do a tier list for the frog matchups, like the Hero Frog matchups.
Yeah, I actually think that is one of the best Edison Yu-Gi-Oh content videos like out there.
It's pretty good.
Very in-depth,
if I do say
it's a
so
very
myself.
in-depth matchup guide.
Deck skill ceiling or floor tiers.
See you around, Edison Club.
Time for bed? It's 9 o'clock. What the hell? Oh, maybe he's driving down. Are you driving down? 10-hour drive to Orlando tomorrow. Okay. All right. Now that I'm reading the chat, I can see. I was like, why the hell would you be going to bed at 9? My flight is at 5 a.m. So I'm not getting much sleep tonight. I did not expect to get much sleep tonight. I have a 5 a.m. flight, which means I'm probably leaving my apartment at like 3 a.m. Because boarding is at 4:20.
Bring the Dark Resonator back.
But yes, Edison Club, I will see you tomorrow. He didn't shuffle after the trap dust shoot.
Yep.
Somebody in the chat said that too. Ellen said it.
I was about to say, I'm telling you right now, this Caius is not making a smooth landing.
Yeah.
This Caius is crashing the plane. There will be no survivors.
Damn. You know, it was a plane crash today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think in DC. I didn't see it. I didn't like see any videos or anything, but apparently a helicopter like ran into a plane or something like that.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And obviously conspiracy theorists are having a fucking ball.
Collision between helicopter and plane.
Remember to pack your Newcastle shirt. I am so glad you said that. I'm actually going to set a reminder right now because I was trying to pack my bag to figure out what I was going to wear this weekend in Orlando. And I just forgot that I have a bunch of football jerseys. So I'm going to set a reminder to pack Newcastle shirt. What's up, Quest? How's it going? I unfortunately exist still. You know what? Such is life. I too unfortunately exist.
Yeah, my man in Rage has not gotten a single summon through.
No, this is a non-game. It's Stratos, Dust Shoot, Set Inf, Tell You the Deal. I have everything you can imagine. I have the Deep Prison, I have the Solemn, I have the Bottomless. You name it. And Enrage is doing his best.
Yep. This is definitely his X-Man Last Stand situation.
What just happened?
That Call of the Hunted's still there. Because he tributed over his Dark Resonator with Kai's.
Yeah, it is. I think he meant to put the other card in the grave. Playing on Dueling Book is not
Cumbersome.
Yeah, it's not the best.
That dueling sim is really good. I really wish or hope in the future that it's played on there, because honestly that shit is cracked.
Yeah, honestly, if that shit gets big enough and more refined, I could see it definitely being a good alternative.
Yep.
Yeah, there's the deep prison. Everything got banished. All right, game 1 goes to he.
You know how we can sum that game up in one word?
How's that?
No. That was just kind of the tone that Shura Nation held the entire time. No. Can I summon my cat? No. Can I get my attack? No. See, I knew even on your phone, if I kept pushing, I was going to get a laugh out of you at some point. I just had to keep going.
Yeah. I'm reading chat right now. Well, not that chat, but I'm reading a I wonder if there's going to be a YCS Philly this year. There was one in 2023, and we haven't had one since.
Oh no. Oh god. Big Sean.
Oh god.
Oh god.
What's up, Sonori? Oh, he ran into a hamster.
He did run into a hamster.
Yeah, it's definitely. I was about to say it's definitely the Gilman, right?
Yep, he took a smooth hundo in that. Look at that diva with her assless chaps.
Brain control?
She got
Mind control?
her chaps are assless.
Brain control, mind control?
Stop. Oh, never mind. Go.
I call it
Green light.
every time. Why you gagging? I call it every time.
Green light.
You know my ability, Stango.
I said stop and you said go.
Foresight.
Alright, well this just got bad.
All of the top players have an ability. He said this just got bad. You changed your tune so quick. Look, Diva's one of the best summons in the format. As we just went over, Diva is one of the absolute best summons in the format. In fact, Churro's deck has a lot of the best summons. It has Stratos, it has Diva, and so does Enrage. He has Trooper and Raiko and Hamster. I would say he needs to cut the Sangan, but he can't because it's a fiend and he needs fiends to fuel his engine. Don't forget Gilman. Yo, it's kind of funny that the only thing in the very, very bottom tier was that green gadget was alone in that bottom, right? At the end. No, Stango, did he die? Stango died on me.
I'm chewing.
Oh, okay,
chewing.
you're chewing. Okay. I think it was though.
Whatever you said, I agree.
Okay, well, I think you definitely.
Unless you said alias is a good normal summon.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. I was just checking because like
Now you just checking.
like Gemini Spark kind of a good card. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Perfectly even in cards. What happened to this morphing jar? Oh, it got Caiused. Okay, I'm like reading the story right now. Like, what the hell? And Rage said, you know what? I don't trust it. I'm just going to bottomless it.
Have no trust. And have no fear. Have no trust and have no fear.
Well, this is no fear right here. This is no fear like a motherfucker.
I like it.
Yeah, Rage said, I'm tired of playing games.
That's not what he said.
What did he say?
It's clobbering time.
I like how I just got a little smile after I asked. I'm such a child. I was like, what did he say? Go ahead, say it.
Please say it. Please say it. Please, Mr. Thing, say it.
Have y'all ever showed up to an event with a max rarity Beel's Frog? This is a DR Dark Revelations Beel's Frog. And these are, oh, you can't even see this. This is you can't even see what this is. This is a Super Murray Agreed, but you literally can't even see it.
Yo, put Beel's Frog in the camera. Don't Beel's Frog got a staring problem, y'all?
Hold
Take a
on,
look
let
at
me
him. Look at him staring at you. He kind of has like a weird voice when he looks at you. He's like, hi. I'm Beel's Frog.
I don't like those pot collection. Like, nah, we're passing on pot collection. I like the supers, Adam. Super Murray Agreeds. Super Murrays. Oh my god, Substitute is half Beel's, half Treeborn. Is that what Substitute is? That's actually kind of cool. I never noticed that. A stream of broken normal summons. A tiers, S tiers. Imagine playing Glabbies when you could play a literal deck of broken normal summons. Now, what's this set monster if he mirror forced? Oh, it's a Raiko.
E.T., do you love me?
Ooh, that was a broken mill.
Yes,
A
it
rock
was.
and a fiend? That was a fucking mill of all time just now.
Sounds like it's clobbering time to me. Clobber him. Clobber him, Rage. Yes, get bigger. Yes, that's the biggest fiend. Get it in there.
You are ridiculous.
Now clobber them. Take both hands and swing them. Yes. Both hands. Both hands. Take them.
What's your problem?
I wanted it. You only hit him with the left hand.
I appreciate the benefit of the doubt, but I was just sick and making misplays, not using Lila or Dust. Okay. I know you're better than that, Bizarre. That's why I assumed that, like, something was going on.
I mean, hey, that's what I said. I was like, maybe he made a mistake. We all make mistakes.
We definitely all make mistakes.
I make mistakes pretty often.
I've been in the finals of tournaments and made mistakes.
Yep.
Where's that fucking...
Sometimes the finals comes down to sometimes the final comes down to who makes the bigger mistake.
This is one of my mistakes right here. This is a mistake that I made in the finals right here. I'm holding it. Ooh, honest. Honesto. He's so close to dying to one of those dark calling things, though.
So what you're telling me is, it's nearing an event in a particular sequence. Maybe some smashing at a particular period is about to occur. Is that a period of smashing?
Ah, weak again. Weak again.
I guess it's not clobbering time.
You know what,
I was
though?
building them up.
They're both weak because there's been no miracle fusion on the other side.
So it's only fair, right?
It's only fair. Oh, was that released from Pebbles? Okay. Ah, he held it. Either he just drew it or he held it. I feel like he held it, though. Because there's no reason to play it until a set right go. This is fucking massive damage. Massive. Over half your life points. Be gone.
No, Gorse is gone.
Yeah, Gorse is super gone. Alright, well, this game is looking really, really bad for Enrage right now.
How can we win?
I do wonder, earlier when he had the Gigantes and he summoned it and just attacked directly, I kinda don't like that. So I would like to get a little bit more value. But I'm also bitch made, so like...
Okay. Oh! Oh, shit.
Oh, wow. If he had Dark Calling here, that would be such a cool fucking OTK.
He would have clobbered him.
He would have clobbered him, yeah. So what happens? It goes down to half attack or some shit? How does this thing work? If this card battles, that monster's attack and defense become half during damage calc. So yeah, nothing will ever beat that thing unless it has 5,600 attack, and even then it will crash.
Yep. It will always recalculate until damage calc is finished.
Yep. Oh, Brio for game. Brio for game.
All right. Looks like Chore Nation
Diva Hero Beat takes
is
it.
your quick slurp king.
The I am the quick slurp. $20. What's your cash at? What's your PayPal? What's your number?
Now,
Well done, guys.
Chore Nation, if you're real, you'll say it's clobbering time.
Churro, congrats on winning the I'm There Quick Slurp. Or one of the I'm There Quick Slurps. There will be more. Nice little tournament to wrap up our stream. Okay, so let me give Churro Nation the tournament winner roll. And then let me also get his... Okay, so I'll send him his 20 bucks. Thank you everybody for watching tonight. It's been real. We had Rock versus Hero Beat in the finals. I did not see that coming at all. But yeah, this was a really good showing for both of these decks, honestly. They haven't been well represented in recent memory, so seeing them both kind of beat Blackwings and Frogs and shit, pretty solid. We got to see a Possessed Dark Soul take 3 Dupe Frogs today. Alright, I'm gonna get off. I've been streaming for several hours now, 4 hours it looks like it says. Yeah, if you want me to tier list other things, just let me know in the comments. This is going to be a video on YouTube, so you guys can watch it and all that good stuff. But with all that being said, guys, I'll catch you in the next one. Thank you, Stango, for co-hosting with me tonight. Even though you're sick, I really appreciate that. And yeah, leave a like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Peace, guys.